Good afternoon, and you are very welcome to the IUAA InterVarsity, the 150th InterVarsity Track and Field this year. It's Rory Cassidy here, and I'm joined by UL's finest, Jack Hickey.
Good afternoon, Rory, or good morning even at this stage.
A long spin up from Limerick.
Afternoon. A long spin up from Limerick, yeah. Most of us left this morning around 10 o'clock, but piled into the cars, piled all the equipment in. But I suppose that is the appeal of the InterVarsity competitions coming along, and everyone kind of really rallying behind the collegiate teams.
Indeed it is, and we're about to get underway in the next couple of minutes. We have the first race of the day, the straight final, the women's 100 metre hurdles.
Yeah, and you'll have to bear with us here because in case you hadn't gathered by the breeze, it is quite windy here today. But going in this 100 metre hurdles final for women, in lane 2, Blahi Nikiran from UL. In lane 3, Anna Lawler from UCD. In lane 4 is DCU's Katie Nolk. In lane 5, Niamh O'Neill, also DCU. And rounding out the field in lane 6, Louise King from UL.
Niamh O'Neill probably the favourite on paper, but they've got 10 barriers to navigate, so who knows what can happen. Yeah,
it is, and I suppose the breeze here today really coming in off the athlete's right hand side so far, but definitely more of a headwind than a tailwind.
They're away. It looks like Niamh O'Neill has got away really well, so has Katie Nolke and Louise King. But O'Neill is really powering home. She's got a 3-4 metre advantage on Nolke, and she's just managed to slip up there, but Katie Nolke came through, also struggling, and she looks like Nolke is going to take the win there. Just kind of unravel there for Niamh O'Neill.
Yeah, definitely. Quite hard to maintain that stride pattern even in the short hurdles with that breeze. You can see the wind reading there, minus 3 metres per second, and probably gusting even above that, but a good run by Nolke all the same.
Yeah, Katie Nolke, your InterVarsity champion. She also struggled off that final barrier, but she just got there in the end, taking the win from the
Louise King, I think.
Louise King, yep.
And Blahi Nikiran followed in bronze. So, of course, every event today, team points on the line.
All add up,
yeah. 7 points for a win, and then 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 for the top 6 going down right the way. So probably expecting UL and DCU to be the 4, UCD as well.
Nice. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I believe Katie was second in the indoors in the 60 hurdles, so she's got one over on her hubmate there, Niamh.
Athlete to the start, please.
Good start. Great to be here. It's the first time any national competition has been held here in the SD. It's a fabulous facility, so fantastic to be here, and they've done a great job with the place.
Yeah, it's quite an aesthetically pleasing blue colour as well, I must say. Very in line the DSD colours as well. Next up we will have the women's combined events hurdles. So we've the IUA combined events championships running alongside the overall track and field championships today. So the athletes will be competing in a pentathlon. We've got the hurdles, then they've got long jump, high jump, a shot put, and then the women will tackle in 800 metres and the men of 1500. So quite a busy day of action for those athletes. Most of them will be kind of scoring on the double, Rory. They tend to be thrown into the individual events at the same time, and they happen at the same time, so it's not that they have to toe the line twice.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that over the next couple of days. I guess I know Niamh McCorry from DCU, she's competing in the multi-events today. She's also in the 400 hurdles.
She is, yeah.
You have Jack Ford as well, who is probably the star in the men's multi-events. He's going to be competing across a number of events.
I think it's 8. I think I counted it up there last night. I think himself and Dara Minaher seem to be really the two that are taking on the most. I think both of them are in 8 events over the 2 days.
Yeah, so it's going to be a busy couple of days for those guys, but not a bother on them.
No, they're used to it, aren't they? Normally doing 10, so it's 2 less for them today and tomorrow.
Taking the foot off the pedal this weekend.
Really, yeah, definitely.
for hurdles. There's 2 athletes missing from MTU, QUB, TUD and UU. Also, final call for the women's 4 hurdles. Athletes missing from DCU, MTU. Final call for women's 4 hurdles. A question that's been asked related to these. Because there's more than 8 entered, athletes will have to toe the line, but we'll be able to tell you that very shortly in the hurdles.
So we have in this 100 metre hurdles combined events in lane 3 UL's Laura Frawley, and then in lane 4 DCU's Niamh McCarry, as we mentioned earlier, and going in 5 is Maeve Hayes. So quite a tight one to call this.
First of their events. It does look like Laura Frawley has got the best start there with McCarry and Hayes in 3rd. McCarry just stumbling there, but it is Laura Frawley who's going to come through and take the win there.
Just about. You can really see those breezy conditions.
McCarry, the wind is wreaking havoc.
Yes, minus 3.6 there. I probably am going to sound like a broken record today, Rory.
Yeah.
It is really breezy. I am not looking forward to running a 200 into it later on, I won't lie.
It's not ideal conditions for sprinting.
A good run by Frawley though. It seems to be favouring the hurdlers who kind of build into the race from those first 2 races.
Yeah, definitely. She came through well, kind of stumbled on the last hurdle, but managed just to do enough to hold on there from Maeve Hayes.
Yeah. Start of a long day of action for them.
Yeah. Niamh McCarry, of course, is the national senior multi-event champion indoors, so she'd probably be a bit disappointed with that hurdles performance, but listen, she's got 4 more events, so it's all good. She can make her way back into proceedings, no doubt.
Yeah, and I believe Louise King, who went in the straight final of the women's event, is also in that multi-events. She's been a prominent figure in multi-events over the past number of years on the Irish scene, so it'll be a bit hard to follow for these hurdle races to actually establish who's in that combined event, but we'll be able to notify people as and when we have it to hand.
Of course, today we're here with Entray, who are looking after the live stream. Once again, always do a great job, and live results are live at athleticsIreland.ie, so you can get all the results from today as and when they happen. Hopefully they get up nice and quick. So I suppose the first outdoor comp of the season. Pretty much everyone opening their season, let's be honest, and it's going to be a long summer, a good summer. Some of the athletes you see here today, good to see them competing in late August in Budapest at the World Championships, so a long season ahead, but definitely loads to look forward to.
Definitely athletes who will probably be prioritising maybe team points today rather than performances. It's definitely the pep talk that's given to many athletes going out for IUA events, that to just beat the person beside you rather than worry about your own performances. It's probably a unique event in the Irish Athletic Circles. Maybe the only one that rivals it is probably the National League with the clubs at home.
Army of volunteers there now on the track, setting the hurdles up to 3.6.
Definitely, and the IUA is very grateful to Athletics Ireland for lending many of the volunteers who officiate at the wider Athletics Ireland events. They're all giving up their free time on this Friday. Many of them taking days off work as well, so much appreciated to those people as well.
Yeah, I just see looking down in front of me one of the hardest working men in athletics, Andrew Lynham, was down there in the tent working away. The guys will be busy there for the next couple of days, but they always do such a great job, and to be fair, like, without them it wouldn't be able to happen, so you know.
No, 100%. Andrew's probably one of the hardest working men in the country, and he's a hard taskmaster too. He has an army of young officials. You can see Owen McGrath, who has left there, still in. He's actually competing later on this weekend, but he's very much an apprentice, and he's got many other athletes from Kildare and the wider area training in to be the future Athletics Ireland officials as well. See the men's javelin warming up for competition later on as well. Probably an event that's been dominated by Conor Cusack last year, but he's an absentee today. Picked up an injury a number of weeks ago, so not quite ready for competition. So it's quite an open event, probably there for someone to make a name for themselves, and inevitably someone that's been thrown in there purely for the team points as well.
Yeah. Let's get a few points on the board. It's all about the points this weekend.
Now we'll pan back to the men's 110 metre hurdles, which seem to be standing behind their blocks.
Bit of work still being done on the track to get all the hurdles set. As I try and find the start list.
Looking ahead on the timetable too, so far in these hurdle races we'll have the men's 10,000 metre final. That'll be set to go off at 25 past 2, and then at 5 past 3 scheduled to total line will be the 400 metre hurdlers. So that's your next hour and a bit of action. Full day's programme right up to 7:15 this evening. And then we'll be starting again tomorrow morning at 9:45.
Yeah, I'll go for the next couple of days. So we're just a couple of minutes away now from the start of this men's 110 metre hurdles final. In lane 1, Ben Donovan, MTU. Lane 2, Jack McGrath, UCC. In lane 3, Ronan Bloomer, QUB. In lane 4, Darren Minitor, UL. In lane 5, Ben Campbell, DCU. In lane 6, Jack Ford, DCU. And in lane 7, Noah McConway, UL.
Good to see Darren Minitor back on the track. He's been picking up quite a bit of injuries over the past 2 years, really kind of limited to the throwing events, but has been steadily improving as a multi-eventer. Broke the UL record on the past number of occasions in the shot put, but great to see him back on the track. His competition with Jack Ford today hopefully should be one of the highlights.
Yeah, looking forward to this.
The women's 4 hurdles is a straight final tomorrow morning, but the 8 athletes who have checked in should make their way to the start line at the start time for that race to check in. If they're not on the start line, you won't be racing tomorrow. You need to prove you're here today.
Might have heard over the Tannoy there, so the women's 4 hurdles will be a straight final tomorrow. Just 8 athletes checked in, so they will be asked to toe the line to prove they are here and willing to race. But looking like a straight final tomorrow. First thing Saturday, I think, actually just after the hammer. So a blessed relief for those 4 hurdlers, I would imagine.
Yeah, well,
in a way.
It might not be so windy tomorrow. I'm sure they'll probably hope, because she's coming up that home straight now today. It wouldn't be ideal with lactic in her legs going over the hurdles. Yeah, they might kind of be secretly glad that it's not until the morning now.
One less race for Niamh McCorry too, so I suppose she's quite happy at that.
Yeah. So the men here are settling into their blocks. Donovan in 1, McGrath in 2, Bloomer in 3, Minitor in 4, Campbell 5, Ford 6 and McConaughey in 7. Looks like Jara Minitor is the first to rise in the centre there. He's took a tumble there. So going on is the UCC athlete Jack McGrath, who's powering through, and Jack Ford there as well. But it is going to be Jack McGrath from UCC who gets up to get the win. I think Noah McConaughey if you out in second, and maybe Jack Ford in third.
Ben Donovan following in fourth there.
Tara Minitor got off to a flying start. Just he's there.
He's lying strewn across the track there, holding his ankle. Hopefully that's nothing too serious.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, there's a lot of heads being held there. That really not quite reminiscent of national seniors last year with the -8 or -7 meters per second wins, but a really tough event to get over those 3'6" barriers.
It is indeed.
I wasn't quite born with the height for the Rory.
Yeah, Jack McGrath came in very well. He's with Louvel down there. So good win for UCC. Getting their first win of the day.
Yeah, Tony Fox will be happy.
He will indeed.
I met him today at Junction 14 on the road up Rory. He was having his fry. He was looking forward to the day of competition and tomorrow. A great man, put a lot of work over the years into UCC athletics and
athletics in Ireland.
Definitely. Yeah, he was a spring chicken in his day. He could move, but yeah, definitely a great performance by Jack McGrath. Member of the Louvel club that seems to constantly churn out sprinters and sprint hurdlers.
Phenomenal records. You look at even who they've got coming through, the likes of Lisa Sleeman, still in secondary school. We might see her at the IUAA Championships next year. Just a fantastic club who does great work and has great facilities as well down there. Of course, the most famous of all their hurdler is Dermot O'Rourke. World indoor champion, and let me tell you, very few Irish athletes have that to their name.
I think she's moved into quite a bit of coaching now, probably bringing through the next generation.
Yeah, she's like under Joan Healy herself and Marion Heffernan, and they seem to be doing quite a good job there so far with Joan. Anyway, getting her to new heights there in February and March, and then qualified for Euro Indoors. So. Or see what she can do in the summer.
We will have one men's multi-events event to follow here. Aaron Malik seems to be setting his blocks down there. I think it's a DCU vest
Jordan
as
Knight,
well. Yep, Jordan Knight, the Kilkenny man.
St. Joseph's.
Yes.
Just on the Wexford Kilkenny border. So.
Yeah, she might be the Wexford side of the border. I'm not certain.
Yeah. We might have to get confirmation on that.
As a man who knows the Kilkenny border, it can be quite close to Tipperary also, as well as Wexford. Indeed. So it's quite important as a matter of pride.
Yeah, we'll do our best to get some confirmation of Jordan as to what side of the border he's on.
Good to see Minitor. He's walking down in front of us here, Rory.
Yeah,
with the
first stage treatment, but hopefully he'll be okay.
Not too lame. he may not complete the rest of the multi-events, but he'll hopefully be able to compete in the shot put, which he's entered for later on, as well as the discus tomorrow, I think, also.
A man who has a very, very busy couple of days, and hopefully we'll see him back.
His brother Joe goes in the long jump later as well. One of the more distinct, I suppose, second names. The Minotors.
Not one you'd hear too much of, I suppose.
Not to be confused, of course, with the Minotaur. Although he's getting quite strong in the gym. He's putting me to shame some days, so
I think the wind might be picking up again, which is not ideal for Jordan and Aaron.
This is definitely picking up here in this elevated position that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, we're up here. We have a nice little stand as such, overlooking the track. We're down at the finish and looking our way back, and you see Jordan Knight doing a little bit of a shimmy, I suppose, and nearly caught it to get himself ready before this 110 hurdles.
It's quite the picturesque setting we find ourselves in too. There's a rolling kind of, I think it's a mile loop of a trail kind of in the background, and I see some sheep grazing on a hill further away. You don't get that in Santry, Rory.
No, certainly not. Anything but.
And maybe a few dogs if even, but no, quite a nice setting here in South County Dublin. The M50 is just here to our right as well. No, great to be here, and great to, I suppose, be the first competition on this track.
Women's 100 is closing soon.
Yeah, fantastic.
There's still an athlete unaccounted for from MTU. That's the women's 100, an athlete from MTU unaccounted for. In the men's 100, there's athletes unaccounted for
Jordan
from
and Aaron were in their blocks there. That's what
Galway.
so we had to have a little bit of an announcement. So we're back standing behind the blocks and
so men's 100
go again in a few minutes,
from
couple of minutes time.
Galway, TUD, UCC, UCD. Thank you.
Malik, probably a pole vaulter by trade now, so a bit of a change of event for him moving into the multi-events for today, but Jordan probably best known for his triple jump exploits really these days.
Yeah, he's done it all down the years. Jordan, I suppose, the juvenile, extremely talented juvenile.
Yeah,
still doing well.
And here they're away now. Quite hard to distinguish between who's winning here at this moment in time. It's really neck and neck. Bit of a change in stride pattern there by Malik, and Knight seems to have just edged it coming over the last two barriers, but a strong start for both across their 5 events. 17.83 there on the clock for Knight, but I think both will be rather happy to get through that event unscathed, given the hurdle races that we've just seen. Smiles on their faces kind of says it all. But yeah, definitely that minus 0.7 wind gauge that just came up, probably more of a cross breeze now, but they'll be happy to get through that unscathed, and that starts off their multi-events for today. The men will head to the high jump next, and the women, they are over on the long jump runway at the moment getting their marks on the far side of the track. That's rather a kind of a unique setup, that long jump runway, Rory. There's 3 pits kind of set up along the back straight, so you've got one kind of down near what we would call the conventional finish line down in the corner of that wall. There's another one in the middle about 50 metres up on the straight, and another one then in the opposite corner. So
not many tracks, well, if any, that I can think of can boast 3 long jump pits, so there you go.
Probably an opportunity to be able to manipulate in and out of the wind as well. So
hope a tiny bit more shelter over that side.
Although it seems to be jumping into the breeze today.
Bit of a nightmare for us to follow it though, is we're literally like we are very far away.
We are quite
jumping. I get the binoculars out, I think.
Yeah, Thankfully, the green tops of UL and the blue of DCU seem to be quite distinct. UCD have a few yellow tops floating around that will make our life.
They can't decide on which they want to wear these days.
I think Joma are starting to really grab their niche in Irish University's athletics apparel. After, I suppose, being honest, kit suppliers now for Athletics Ireland and the Spanish-based company, I believe.
They are,
yeah.
Out in Spain, I do believe the president of Athletics Ireland and the CEO did meet the guys from Joma there not so long ago when I were in Spain.
8 men who have checked in will need to present themselves at the start line.
And preparing for the 10,000 metres there, I can see Stephen Fay, the younger brother of Brian Fay.
Yeah, he looks incredibly like him, can we just say?
He does. The moustache really emphasises it also.
We can confirm it is not Brian Fay, he is in Washington.
Yeah, I would imagine some people came today slightly worried that Brian Fay had re-affiliated with DCU after quite a successful collegiate career with DCU himself.
He did.
Yeah, but he is he's a man in form stateside, Rory.
Indeed he is, and nurtured really by Faden Kelly of the Dublin Track Club there, went over to the States and has shown really well. Like that performance at the NCAA's cross country last year was particularly impressive. Probably didn't go as well as he would have liked at Eurocross, but look, he'll be back and look forward to seeing what he can do in the next few weeks stateside.
Yeah, 100%. Looking around there, I can see Cathal O'Reilly, the Kilkenny man. Probably a first maiden venture for him, over 10,000 metres on the track.
First from what I believe,
probably a man that's been knocking on the door cross country wise. Has ran at the last 2 Eurocross, I think, or definitely this year. Was he on that junior team, I think?
Yeah, just won a medal in that national novice as well in Cork in December.
Coming back then, we have Daniel Stone, also under Phelan Kelly, I think.
Yep.
And the UL man who's arrived in Limerick via Spain, Nacho Jimenez, or to give him his full title, Juan Ignacio or Jose Ignacio Jimenez Perez, over studying a business marketing masters.
Ran a very good half marathon, I believe.
In Prague, yeah. He's hails from Valencia. Was second behind Killian Killerhill in the IUA cross country in University of Limerick in March. Thomas Devaney, the European medalist in Dublin over the under-23 cross country team, was due to start also in this race from UL, but unfortunately injury worries have sidelined him for a while. But we also have athletes in this race from Maynooth, UCC. We've Stephen Fay from Trinity, and I'm not sure who that white vest with the back to us is there. Might be Gene Kelly of Galway, maybe.
Yeah, we're going to try and figure that one out.
If he could turn around and we could see his number, it would be great. Yeah. But Cyril Smythe on the gun today, the starter.
No better man.
Yeah. I see. Gene Kelly, I believe. I can hear Cyril's unique voice from here calling him out. The boys are looking a bit cold at the moment, probably hoping that the gun goes off as quick as we can and we can get going.
On their 25 lap spin.
Yeah.
Not for the faint-hearted.
No. 1 lap generally does me. 2 at a stretch. Nike seems to be the order of the day with the spikes also. One man wearing a pair of New Balance.
See one guy in flats as well.
Yeah, probably not as bad on this Mondo surface.
Yeah. See Nacho of UL, Peter McGuinness of TCD, Gavin Mulhern of MU, Gene Kelly of NUI Galway, Cathal O'Reilly DCU, Daniel O'Brien MU, Daniel Stone DCU, Stephen Fay Trinity College, Killian McNamara UCC, and Sean O'Connell UCC as well. Seems
to be Fay taking the pace initially, with Nacho just in behind him followed by one of our UCC runners who will hopefully get a name to when they come back around.
Two DCU boys in there as well, Daniel Stone and Cathal O'Reilly.
Yeah, so that's Sean O'Connell from UCC taking the pace now at the front.
75 seconds there through the first 400.
I think I overheard a conversation between Nacho and Phelan Kelly and the two DC Woo boys earlier about potentially sharing the pace for this race. Probably a bit easier in these blustery conditions.
The athlete Sean O'Connell, he's 5-6 metres maybe from Stephen Fay there.
He's decided he wants to get after this one early and make quite a bit of the running. Not too many 10,000 metres held in this country, Rory. Probably
no, there isn't.
One of the only ones.
Have your national senior championships as well. 10,000 of that, and it's probably about it, I want to say.
A lot of Irish athletes tend to travel over to the night of 10,000s over in the Highgate, I think.
Yeah.
I think I saw some of their entries being advertised lately. I see Ephraim Giddy entered. He'll be looking to string together a good series of performances this summer after his great performances at European Championships last summer.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance from Ephraim. It's 2:35 there through 800. So we get a K split, and that will give us kind of a better idea of where they're at. And Sean O'Connell leading them out.
I think I might have convinced Thomas Devaney to actually come up and join us here in the commentary booth for a second.
Very good.
Seems to be nestling a cup of soup here. He's probably the best of all the 10k athletes today. He's warm.
Yeah. 3:10 anyway, did through the first K, and it is the UL man Nacho leading them out.
I'm joined here now by Thomas Devaney. Thomas, your thoughts on this 10,000 metres so far?
The boys seem to have taken it out a bit slow. Maybe a tactical effort. Nacho making a move now. Very good field.
Yeah,
we have many internationals. I thought they'd make a go at some standards, some European standards, but
probably the windy conditions today maybe not favouring standards, but I suppose when you have to run into it 25 times, you get it at your back 25 times as well. You were due to toe the line today, Thomas, but a bit of an injury niggle during the week. Probably best to leave it off for a few more weeks, is it?
Yeah, had a big session with Nacho a few weeks ago, and just hip hasn't been right since, so big season ahead, try to get right. Sorry to not be representing the UL boys, but Nacho's going to do us a solid, and the rest of the boys are all looking good.
Yeah, and you did make a return to the cross country earlier this year in March. You were third in the IUA Championships behind Keelan Killerhill and Nacho. Great to get a race in on home turf.
Yeah, big shout out to the whole UL team, yourself, Jack, and Miriam, and everyone who worked so hard to get that together, because it was a great day, and the UL boys brought home the title for the first time since 2001. So yeah, I have one more year. Look forward to putting on that green vest again.
Thanks very much for joining us in the commentary with Thomas.
Don't do that again. Star-studded guest joining us there.
Yeah, he was really keen to be involved, but look, as a primary school teacher, he's going to have to get used to talking.
That's it.
So
no better place to learn your craft on the UAA Championships live stream.
Yeah, he's I'm presuming he can put that down as a module credit or somewhere. Public speaking. But no, genuinely a really valued member of the ULIC club, and even though he's in Mary I, but Mary I athletes.
Don't mention that.
Yeah, Mary I athletes are eligible to compete as part of UL, just like St Pat's, the teaching college in DCU, and I believe Marino in Dublin compete under the auspice of Trinity College Dublin. So, great to have those Mary I involvements in the club as well, and real valued members, even if they just learn how to use laminators and stuff like that.
That's about it.
But here, Nacho coming through. I think that's 2K there.
Let's go 2K in round 6.
6:05, I think, at the bell there.
So he's definitely picked up the pace of the first K within 3:10. I think he's determined to make his mark. We'll see who else we can get up here throughout today as well. I'm sure there'll be a few people floating around.
Yeah, I see Eamon Flanagan down here to my right, the pole vault coach from Cork, who has an ever-growing stable of athletes. He'll be hoping that a few of his will be able to reach the heights today. Or is it tomorrow? I can't remember, actually, to be honest. Probably should have that on my hand, but Nacho really after putting a big gap in even on this lap. Faye and O'Reilly and Stone then situated then maybe about 70 metres back at this moment, and then I think we've got O'Connell who's lapping one of the athletes from Minute as we speak, but the athletes quite spread out at this early stage.
I just heard a bell there, and I don't know why I heard a bell, but they do have 19 laps to go.
I can only assume they are testing it. Perhaps Andrew Lynham is training in another one of his new officials, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not one of the youngsters. They probably should be in school. I think I see Jackie Mulhall there at the finish line as well. One of the Athletics Ireland starters. I believe she's delivering starter courses at the moment to presumably train in her new replacements, but she's incredibly experienced.
TUD and UCD in the women's 2 athletes on the chair.
This is the javelin. Laps has gotten underway, but I do not have a start list, and it's also not online at the minute, so we will try and get that.
I can tell you that taking to the runway now is Alex Ryan from UL, who I asked to do this about maybe 20 minutes before checking closed. I don't think he's ever actually held a javelin in his life, but let's see how
stepping up,
and that's potentially a foul, so, oh no, they've given the white flag.
he's got the white flag. That could be his first ever competitive javelin throw ever, so what just witness
Alex, a 100 and 200 metre sprinter, mechanical engineer student. He's really taking one for the team here, but he'll go into 200 metres. Pierre Merchant has joined me here in the commentary booth.
I'm here for you to do your least favourite job in the world.
Oh, okay.
I've got to get rid of this. Splitting up.
Jack is just attending to some important IUA admin now. And as we look back at this 10k, still Nacho leading the way. He's nearly got 100 metres. He's got over 100 metres, sorry, on the chasing pack, which is made up of Colin O'Reilly, Daniel Stone and Stephen Fay. So he's lapping athletes now at this stage. And the chasing group just going through there with 17 to go. So Colin O'Reilly second, Daniel Stone third and Stephen Fay in fourth. And you look back to see Sean O'Connell of UCC in fifth. See the great Mark Smith has arrived in South Dublin.
He's actually not got a camera in his hand, which must be the first time ever at an IUA event.
Very rare not to see Mark with a camera.
He's got a lovely pair of orange shoes on, presumably acquired on his training camp in Turkey.
Turkey, yes.
But
I think he decided he'd let Entry take the job, to take the gig today.
yeah, it's creative media or new media. I think he's studying.
Emerging media.
Emerging
to give it
media.
its full title.
Oh yes. Well, he will be hoping to emerge out onto the track later on.
Very good.
After his national indoor record in the Leinster Champions.
Yeah, the Leinster indoors. I don't think too many records have been broken at Leinster indoors down the years.
No.
It went under the radar completely.
Yeah, I think it may have been overshadowed by Rashida Adeleke that weekend, but an incredibly impressive time, and probably a time that's been coming quite a while for Mark. He's been really knocking on the door of that, I suppose, maybe national class performance and national record is a just reward for his development. I think he goes into 200 later on, and he's declared on the DCU 4x100 team as well.
He is indeed, and you never know, we might get him up for a word at some point here today.
He will love that. I don't think I'll be let bring this microphone to the blocks and the heats.
No, I don't
So I
think
probably
so.
will have to collar him after that race. I think I heard that bell go again
I
there,
heard
Rory.
the bell again, which is just really confusing because Nacho's just gone out there with what they've actually moved the lap counter
that's
now,
great.
so I can't see that anymore. I want to say 15 laps, but
There's 12
I will
minutes
have
on
to
the
come and
clock. So,
confirm that.
yeah.
That is out of vision, so we now do not have a lap counter.
I might go down.
Yeah, take a stroll down.
I'm going to go.
Confirm.
I don't know if I can take this with me.
See the chasing pack go through. They kind of seem to be taking turns. Stephen Fay from Daniel Stone, and then Cathal O'Reilly. It's a top class workout. We've even getting the lap counter turned around now, just so we can see. Nacho is coming up with 13 laps to go. We got our wrist track. We can see how many laps we've got left.
Yeah, as a maths teacher, I probably should just be able to count the laps, but I'm not able to
We won't hold it
multitask.
against you.
There's quite a big throw going in there in the men's javelin from DCU.
Still don't have a full entry list for that. I don't think.
See Ian Morrison there surveying his Trinity athletes, enjoying what appears to be a sandwich.
Sat Cafe, of course, on the site.
There.
We'll have to go over and grab something from there before long.
Very quickly, I believe. I think I might need to eat something myself. Women's long jump underway on the far side there. Seems to be an MTU athlete there. Getting out a jump. Again, not too sure of a start list there. You can see Fintan Kenny holding the tape. Long-standing long jump official. And he's ably assisted by many of the student volunteers across the week. Also, I think this is Christoph Steiner of UCD on the runway for the javelin. Certainly looks the part with his waistband, and he's getting it quite out there as well, so that may well be one of the leading performances.
It's the white flag.
You can see O'Connell of UCC coming through here, the finish line. 12 to go according to Cyril Smythe. I'll trust him.
Not an easy task. 10k the track to count the laps correctly. So I remember I had a 5k back down to Wexford last year, and it was on a 1k loop, and we were coming around and we were just trying to keep up and count the whole time. Absolute nightmare.
It's not an easy task. I've been stuck for it many a time in the Nina Indoor Arena also.
Oh God.
And that's only been maybe for a 3,000 metres of the Tipperary counties or something.
Yeah.
But it's a tough event to do. The counting, that is, not the 3,000 metres.
Yeah. Of course.
But Nacho really motoring here now. He's into the single figures on the laps to go. I think that's a 9. No, it's a 0. They've forgotten to move it. I think it's 9. But he's quite strong to go. He's due to go on the 5,000 metres tomorrow, I think. Could be corrected on that. Of course, Thomas Devaney recorded an impressive 5,000 metre, 10,000 metre double at this IUA Championships last year.
Yeah, unfortunately not available to compete this weekend, but here with you, that's the main thing.
He's here with us, yeah. He's just delighted, I'd say, to get the day off college.
How many did you bring up from UL?
We've about 53 travelled up between today and tomorrow. I think we've about 48 today and another few more to join us tomorrow, but quite a big team, probably one of the biggest we've ever sent. Numbers in the club in UL are really growing over the last number of years, up to about maybe 150, 155 members. Really constantly kind of trying to look to build those numbers, because quite a lot of, I suppose, social runners that join us as well as the competitive side, same as yourselves in DCU, I'm sure.
And back down to Limerick tonight, or are you staying up?
We're staying up. We're scattered across the 4 winds of Dublin tonight, and a bit more of a collective hotel effort tomorrow afterwards. But it's nice to get away. I suppose quite a giddiness been at the track in UL all week in anticipation of today's event, but
and a nice group of you away as well in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we've got the Harrisons, Haley and Drew, I suppose best known in these days for being the coach of Thomas Barr. They look after our sprinters in UL, along with Rory Chesser, who looks after the distance. But Haley and Drew's group would have travelled there for a training camp. Like many athletes, I suppose, this Easter time in April tends to be the weeks and the
Great for you
days.
teachers as well to
Yeah, the Easter
Get
break
away.
falls lovely. I won't
It
lie now,
does.
Rory. Yeah, yeah.
you just see Nacho has left the entire field and shows no signs of taking the foot off the gas.
No. Checks the watch there to make sure he's on pace for whatever pace he has selected.
Cathal O'Reilly's second. Sorry, Daniel Stone moving into second there ahead of Cathal O'Reilly and Stephen Fay, of course, in third.
And I'm going to take this opportunity to use the first cliche of the weekend that there's 3 of them there, but 3 into 2 medals does not go, Rory.
It doesn't, unfortunately. One of those boys is not going to end up on the podium.
Yeah, so you can see Devaney there on the sideline. You can see him there with his grey hood shouting on Nacho. Still holding that cup of soup for warmth, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And I suppose for Stone and O'Reilly and Fay, it's nice to have someone to maybe aim at now to maybe improve the pace. You can see definitely a change of cadence in the 3 boys as they start to maybe think about making moves and maybe less about the pace. I would assume it's been a long time since I ran anything over 400 metres.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tactical bust up over these last few laps.
Trying. I think Rafferty was supposed to come up, but I don't see him. Seems to be a lot of shaking hands being done at the men's javelin, so probably done and dusted. I can see a photographer standing there ready, so we might have a bit of an idea as to the medalists. Very small numbers actually probably competing there. It appears I'll tell you the 400 metre runner Owen Kenny has apparently got a medal in this.
Oh wow.
He of course was I think he's won it actually, Rory. He's in the middle of that photo.
Okay. Try and get that confirmed.
Yeah, he was a javelin thrower in his youth. No, he's not. I think he was on the left there. I think that's a DCU athlete there also, and Steiner of UCD. Owen Kenny, a busy man these 2 days. He's due to start the 200, the 400 and the 4x4. So that's the start of his busy 2 days.
Indeed, very busy.
By the 8 men who've checked in for the 4 hurdles. Things will also throw the line.
I think we're going to get a bit of a break after this before the 100 metre heats.
2 semis into a final. That's followed by the men's 100. That's 3
Looks like our
semis into a final.
400
The
hurdles
women's 100, 2
semi-finals
into
are now
a
going to
final.
go
It's 2
tomorrow
Qs
morning.
plus 4 Qs. The men is 2 Qs plus 2 Qs.
Trying to convince Cueva Cronin, who's underneath us here, to come up for an interview, but I think one primary school teacher today was enough.
Maybe later.
Yeah, maybe later. After she negotiates the 400 metre heats. Quite a good indoor season for her. Made a national senior final.
Fifth as well.
Yeah. She'll have Miriam Daly and Lauren McCourt for company, who also had quite strong indoor seasons. I think that is that Niamh McCarry on the runway there in the long jump.
It might be.
Seems to be showing no ill effects from clattering that hurdle earlier today. Quite a good plant there as well, so McCarry underway in the long jump. And I think Nacho comes through with...
He's down to one hand anyway in terms of the lap count.
There's only, 24:59, going fifth, 25 minutes on the clock there.
He took it on after literally less than a K, so he hasn't relented since.
I think he just checked his shoulder there, which was probably slightly unnecessary. The boys still kind of locked in that three-way group for the silver and bronze. Gene Kelly coming through here to the finish line from Galway. Seems to be moving quite well as well.
Getting a split for every lap, I think.
That's necessary.
See Phelan Kelly down there as well in front of us.
He seems to have re-emerged after a sandwich in last lap cafe,
Yeah.
I think.
To roar on his charges.
Yeah. Quite a big group, I would imagine, at this stage Phelan has under his tutelage.
Yeah, very big. Doing some really good work there, definitely, anyway.
Nacho getting the sign for 2 laps to go, I think, there.
Okay,
I think my eyesight
really into the business
is
then.
testing me, yeah. He's motoring here, though. Probably maybe looking for 29. I don't know, I wasn't really doing the maths in my head. Maybe in and around that 29-30 minute mark. As the boys start to maybe think about, when am I going to kick? Am I going to let the boys block that win for me any longer? I think he won it. I can see some 400 hurdlers now starting to approach the start line for their total line. To prove they're here.
So Nacho coming up now with
No,
two
he's
to go,
got
I
2 to
think.
go this time, I
Yep.
think. A man who just about missed out on the Tokyo Olympics back in his native country was 4th in their 10,000 metre trials beforehand. So he is one of the top class athletes that is on show today.
100%.
But probably starting to move up towards marathon as the seasons go by.
Second, third and fourth with 3 laps to go. It's Daniel Stone, Cathal O'Reilly and Stephen Fay. I did hear a roar from Phelan Kelly there.
I believe he told them to suck it up, which is pretty much sums up the 10,000 metre event, I would imagine. Especially on these tracks, I'd imagine those boys are, no matter how much support or cushioning are in those Dragonflies, I would imagine.
Just need to suck it up.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear the bell for the 3rd time in this race, but it's actually the first time
The
that
actual
it's been
bell.
needed. It is the actual bell this time for Nacho.
As Nacho gives a smile and a wave to the crowd with a lap to go. He's 28-27 through 9,600 metres. And he presumably will knock out a quick last lap just because he can.
Yeah, might as well.
May as well. He's this far in. As O'Reilly seems to make the break in
Yes.
the pack of 3. He seems to have
2 to
broken
go.
Stone and Fay neck. Well, not quite neck and neck. Fay seems to have broken, and Stone maybe starting to feel the effects of the race. But O'Reilly moving really well.
He is indeed. He's just got that 5-10 metre gap now.
You can see O'Connor, I think, tracking in 5th place here, followed by the Trinity athlete, who is not quite sure. McGuinness, isn't it? Peter McGuinness, I think.
And into the home straight comes Nacho.
Yeah. So Juan Ignacio Jimenez Perez, your IOA 10,000 metre champion, in a time of probably just going to be just over the 29:30. 29:30.71. Not bad for a windy day in Dublin.
Not at all bad. And just looks so relaxed.
He gets the high five from
Busy
Jake
man,
Bagg
Mike.
and Devaney. Cathal Kennedy, the ULAC PRO, will presumably have that straight up on the Instagram. And O'Reilly coming in here for silver. Rory,
A lap to go, Jack.
a lap to go.
A lap to go.
God,
He's really ahead of yourself there, but
that's my man. Yeah, my brain has gone.
he's really extended his lead.
He's moving 30 minutes flat at the bell. That was a lap to go. Jeez.
Stephen Fay and Daniel Stone. O'Reilly has about 50 metres now, probably.
He is
His debut 10k, and it's going to result in a silver medal. Flying it down the back straight, the man from Kilkenny, coached by great Niamh Richardson.
her daughter Ella is due to go on the 1500 later on for UL actually. As I see the female 400 hurdlers now approaching the total line race, as I've decided to christen it.
It's all about showing face.
Yeah.
They can get a bit of rest and come back tomorrow morning. Yeah, flying it up the home straight now, it's Cathal.
Yeah, he's going to come in just over the 31 minute mark.
Really impressive performance in his debut.
He's put a massive gap on Faye there. And Faye moving quite well himself here. He's going to just about come under the... No, he won't. He'll go over 31 minutes. Should really look at the clock before I start talking.
31:18 there for Stephen Faye.
Yeah.
And Daniel Stone is going to come in fourth in 31:28.
Great running. You can see Laura Brennan getting the podium ready along with Cliona Murphy. Laura Brennan,
I think they're moving the podium. They had it set up down to our right, but it's
better placed in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I think so.
Now that the javelins have stopped being thrown.
Exactly.
Laura, the president of the IUA, along with Cliona, who's the competitions officer. But
Sean O'Connell there, DC is taking the bell, so he'll have a lot to go.
Might go on a little bit of a rendezvous and see if I can grab our 10k winner.
Yep.
I'm joined now by Nacho Jimenez of UL, our men's 10,000 metre champion. Nacho, good to get under the 30 minute mark?
Yes, I'm very happy for stay here with the team, helping for make important points for the final result. I'm not happy because my teammate Thomas Devani is with problem. I didn't can run today. For me, today was an important day for help him to make the European 23 standard for the European Championship. So I'm happy for my result, but I'm happy for my friend.
Yeah, and I suppose looking forward for the remainder of the outdoor season, Nacho, what's in the pipeline for you?
The problem, what?
In the future, what events are you planning to do?
I'm going to run Morton Games in July here in Dublin, and I'm going to run as well other 5k in France, in Paris, for try to make my personal best that is run under 13:30 in the 5k.
Great stuff. So congratulations, Nacho. Great to see you well winning, and I suppose from my own point of view, but congratulations on your own performance.
Thank you very much, Jack. You are doing a very good work.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Didn't hear a word
didn't
about
pay
it,
him
but I'm
to say
sure
that.
I've made for top quality entertainment there. Nacho, a happy man.
Very happy. A real character, a real asset to the club. He's his viewpoint on was running and the way he kind of approaches his training has definitely benefited the rest of the UL athletes. But as you can tell there, he's a real character, and he's
well, I didn't hear a word of it, but as I said, I'm sure it was quality entertainment.
Yeah, he's quite team oriented, which has been brilliant for the boys, especially the first years coming in.
Is he back in UL next year, or?
I think he's finished. I think it's a September to May Masters.
Okay,
so I don't think I'll convince him to come back for an OID year.
Losing a good one.
Yeah, definitely. But no, great way to get going. Now, Rory, I'm afraid this is where I depart and go prepare for my own small bit, but I should be back.
Done.
I'll hopefully find a volunteer to go up here with you and keep you company.
Good luck around the lights and I'll come back after.
So after this men's 10K, the 8 athletes in the women's 4 hurdles need to go to the start line, followed by the 8 men in the men's 4 hurdles to the start line, just to prove you're here, not to race, just to prove you're here. That's followed by the women's 100, 2 semis into a final, 2Q plus 4Q, and men's 100 metres, 3 semis into a final, 2Q plus 2Q. Check-in for the women's 8 is now closed. Men's 8 final call. Galway Queens final call. Men's 8. Galway and Queens not checked in. Men's 800 final call. It's closing soon for the 200s. In the men's, everyone's accounted for. And the women's 2, everyone's accounted for as well. The top 3 finishers of the men's 10K finish line.
There's a bit of a break there. So 25 past.
Women's 4 hurdles, men's 4 hurdles, 8 women, 8 men, 2 show 5 at the start line now, please. Thank you. The athletes in person, not a representative, not an agent, not a brother, sister, cousin, aunt, athletes themselves. Thank you.
Can the top 3 finishers from both short hurdles races please come to the podium? That's the top 3 finishers from both short hurdles races please come to the podium now, and we'll start off our medal presentation. Also, if the top 3 finishers from the men's 10K will come to the podium as well, we'll do those medals now.
Women's 800 is a straight final tomorrow, but you must toe the line today at 3:50. That's the 10 women in the 800 meter final must toe the line at 3:50 today. Men's 8 is semis into a final. The 2 semis into a final, men's 8.
Like they know in the weekend.
Can Noah McConway and Jack Ford please come over to the podium? That's Noah McConway and Jack Ford over to the podium area now to do the medal for the men's 110 meter hurdle.
I didn't know. Good job. Because I was like, I wonder how it's starting that. I was like, where is it? And then I looked around and you were all there. I was like, yeah.
The first medal presentation of the day is taking place on the infield now, the men's 10,000 metres. In third place we have Stephen Fay of Trinity. In second place, Cathal O'Reilly of DCU. And in third place, Nacho Ignacio of UL.
back here in UCD. Sorry, UCD DSD, the new DSD grounds here for the IUAA Track and Field Championships 150th edition, and we are about to get underway with the first of the women's 100-metre hurdles, women's 100-metre heats, my apologies. In lane 1, Hannah Aspel, DCU. In lane 2, Kelly Burster, UL. In lane 3, Nodislan Kambango. In lane 4, Nadine Dean. 5, Ryan. 6, Scanlon. 7, Gilman. And 8, Noack. Looks like Hannah Aspel is going really well there. The UL athlete Alana Ryan is going to take the win though in 12:40. Kelly Bester there in second and Hannah Aspel in third. First 3 going through automatically, and then 2 fastest losers to the final. Second heat features one of the big names of these championships, Sarah Leahy of UL, 1 year down now. Was part of the Irish team at the World Championships last year in that 4x1 relay. And of course our national 60-metre champion. So we now turn our attention to the second semi-final in this women's 100. In lane 1, Emma Hutchinson, Ulster University. In lane 2, Sarah Lee, UL. In lane 3, Erin Tahney, DCU. In lane 4, Aisling O'Flynn, Trinity. In lane 5, Rihanna McCarthy, UCD. In lane 6, Sandra Tomechko Sikarat Sanisu of Maynooth. In lane 7, Maeve Murphy, TCD. And in lane 8, Sive O'Teal, UCD. First 3 and 2 fastest. You see, to get out of the box first, it's Sarah Leahy, and she's powering down this home straight. Erin Tahney also going well. So is the UCD athlete Rihanna McCarthy. But it's going to be Sarah Leahy who makes light work of these heats in 11:88. So, a nice, comfortable victory there for Sarah Leahy. We'll see her back for the final.
There's no bins here, you may notice. So, people can please pick up the litter. Greatly appreciated. Even Ryan lives locally, so. long jump men, there's still athletes unaccounted for from TUD and UU. That's long jump men, athletes unaccounted for from TUD and UU.
We have the medal presentation for the men's javelin. In third place, we have Christoph Steiner from
Looks like Sive O'Toole and Rihanna McCarthy, both of UCD, getting up for second and third in that semi, but we'll get that confirmed.
and in first place, Susan Cannon.
Men's javelin just getting their medals there.
The medalist from the women's 100 meter hurdles will come to the podium, please. The medalist from the women's 100 meter hurdles.
Said it before today on this stream and we'll say it again, the wind is picking up once more ahead of the start of the men's 100 metre semi-finals. 3 heats in this one, top 2 to go through and 2 fastest, no, not the qualifiers from the 3 semi-finals. No Israel Olatunde unfortunately today, but I do believe he is named on the UCD relay team, so we'll wait to see whether he is here for that. But the lineup for the first heat: in lane 1, Bassett Oyabanji, UCC. In lane 2, Sean McCarthy, UL. In lane 3, Kenji Miyachu, TCD. In lane 4, Jesse Nandiko, DKIT. In lane 5, probably one of the favourites, Conor Morey, UCC. In lane 6, Joseph Doherty, NUIG. In lane 7, Jibril Falwamir Ojawali of MU. And in lane 8, Craig Duffy of MU. So watch lane 5. I suppose in particular we'd expect Conor Morey to come through to take this first heat. So they are called to their marks now by the ever-experienced Jackie Mulhall. And their way, so it's the first two to qualify automatically, and Conor Morey has got a fantastic start there. Doherty of NUIG has also gone well, but it is going to be Conor Morey who advances, and I believe it could have been Craig Duffy of Maynooth getting up for that second automatic qualifier. But a really comfortable win there from Morey. So he'll return, the UCC man will return for the final. So that's the results of that women's 100 metres there. The second heat produces 5 qualifiers with the 2 fastest advancing. So Emma Hutchinson of Ulster University and Doireann Tahini of DCU also advanced to the final. They'll join Rihanna McCarthy of UCD, Sive O'Teal of UCD, Sarah Leahy of UL, Alana Ryan of UL, Kelly Bester of UL, and Hannah Aspel of DCU in the final.
There is a black badge with a purple tie on it left over at the long jump. There's a black badge with a purple tie left over at the long jump. If you're missing that badge, it's now in the result tent.
second semi-final coming up here. Line up in lane 1, Stephen Lola, Maynooth University. Nick Himje on Brume, DCU. Bruno Iravova, TUD. Lee Mead of UL. Faith Cabello of UCD. Bill Ryan of MTU. Hugo McGee of UCD. And Adam Stykes of Queen's University of Belfast. So watch on Romero. Do you see a man who won numerous national juvenile titles down the years, missed indoors through injury, but he's back in action now and ready to give his first varsities competition a good crack. First two to go through, and they're away well. And it is on Romero who's made a really good start, and he's the man to beat at the minute. Iavora is actually going to take this though of TUD in 10.96. So the TUD man advances. Have an athlete down there injured, fortunately, so I think it might be Faith Cabello of UCD. Hopefully he'll be okay.
Women's 200 is 2 semis into a final. That's 2 cubes, 4 cubes. Men's 200 is 4 semis into a final. That's 1 cube plus 4 cubes.
pin May because it's absolutely Baltic up here from our position. I thought during the week that we might have been seeing the start of summer, but it seems to have disappeared. So the line up for the third semi-final: in lane 1, Dylan Manning, MTU. In lane 2, Louis O'Connell, UL. In lane 3, Alamin Bankole, TUD. In lane 4, Andrew Proctor, Ulster University. In lane 5, Luke O'Carroll, UL. In lane 6, German Marie Duro, TCD. In lane 7, Michael Farley, DCU. And in lane 8, Aaron Kelly, Maynooth University. They are standing behind their blocks. And away safely on the first time. Michael Farley of DCU is going well there. So is the TUD man, but it is going to be Michael Farley who comes through to take the victory. And Luke O'Carroll there of UL getting up for second, I think. So they'll both advance to the final. Good performance from the DCU man there, Michael Farley, 10.96. Does the job.
We now have the women's 100-metre hurdle medal presentation. In third place, Rocky Kieran of UL. In second place, Louise King of UL. And in first place, Katie Nauta of DCU. It's Nadine Deehan is here from Trinity College for the women's shot put, which she goes to the shot put area now. We have Jack Ford from DCU, Noah McConway of UL, and Jack McCaw of UCC. to the podium, please, for the medal presentation of the 110 meters hurdle.
Women's 800. We need the 10 women who checked in to toe the line. It's going to start there at Sarah Smythe. That's the 10 women for the 800 final. The final tomorrow, but they need to go and check in now. That's the athletes in person for Sarah Smythe on the start line. Women's 800.
Can we have the men for the 110 meters hurdle presentation, please? The medal presentation for the 110 meter hurdle final. In third place, Jack Ford of DCU. In second place, Noah Conway of UL. And in first place, Josh McGraw of UC. In the men's 800 meters to check in at the start line, please. That's the men's 800 meters.
We're just a couple of minutes away from the start of the men's 800 metre heats. We're semi-finals, 2 semi-finals. Two automatic qualifiers and 4 fastest losers from each. From the semi-finals. So in lane 1 it's Caleb Hurley of DCU. In lane 2 Kyle Moorhead, NUIG. In lane 3 Thomas McCarthy, UL. In lane 4 Stephen O'Shea, MTU. In lane 5 Johanna Bugeja, MU. In lane 6 Lorcan McGuinness, TKIT. In lane 7 Peter Kilgannon, UCD. In lane 8 Rory Falvey, UCC. In lane 9 George Warren, TCD. And in lane 10 Luke Murphy, TUD. And the sun has came out, which makes a big difference up here. They are away, 2 laps of the track. This stunning new facility, Dundrum South Dublin. And to the front kind of straight away there is Caleb Hurley, Ferrybank AC in Waterford, in first year in DCU. Leading them out. Galway vest there, Kyle Moorhead, I believe, up there with him. So it is Caleb Hurley taking the through in 61 seconds. Peter Kilgannon, UCD there as well in the mix. TUD athlete Luke Murphy. It's an intriguing battle in this final 300. Looking like that NUIG athlete Kyle Moorhead is just trying to stretch them out that little bit. To go through 600 in 1:30 on the button. The TCD athlete George Warren is there to go around the bend and in to the home straight for the final time. Peter Kilgannon hits the front. Caleb Hurley desperately trying to fight back Kyle Moorhead in second, but it's going to be Peter Kilgannon who makes his way automatically through alongside Kyle Moorhead of NUI Galway. 1:58.93 the winning time. Safely through to the final. Before fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So a couple of the guys will be hoping they've done enough to advance. Her second semi-final about to get underway. The lineup is Mark O'Brien, MTU, Arthur Leckron, UCD, Keelan Skillington, MTU, Tommy Connolly, UCC, Cormac McDermott, NUIG, Sean Owens, TCD, Tryon Rebegia, TUD, Jacob Bagg of UL, and Owen Quinn of DCU. Expect Jacob Bagg and Owen Quinn to feature prominently. Owen Quinn, of course, the indoor champion. Jacob Bagg has performed really well these last couple of years as well. Set a new Estonian national indoor record back in March. With the MTU vest to the front, not entirely sure which of the two MTU athletes that it is. Owen Quinn sitting in there in second, and Jacob Bagg in third, and the TUD man Rebegia in fourth. To go here now. There's UCC's Tommy Connolly at the front, with Jake Bagg just making a move to go around him, and Rebegia as well. Owen Quinn is still very much in contention to get one of the two fastest spots. And Bagg just with a metre or two on Rebegia. Quinn looking to move now around into second. And Owen Quinn now moves his way into the front, and he is going to advance. Automatic qualifier in 1:56.77. Jake Bagg also qualify automatically. Rebegia would have done enough to make it through as well. I suspect Tommy Connolly has as well, just based off the times in that first semi-final, but we'll get all that confirmed. So I'd say a businessman-like performance there from Owen Quinn. Job done, big cue for himself and Jake Bagg. And we look forward to seeing them back in action. Bringing those men's 100 qualifiers. So Conor Morey, Craig Duffy advancing from Heat 1. The second heat, Runo Ayavora and Adam Sinks both got through automatically, and they'll be joined in the final by Nekim Chika Onorume and Hugo McGee, two non-automatic qualifiers, and Michael Farley and Luke O'Carroll advancing from the third heat. Quickest time from Conor Murray, 10:77. UCC man. look at that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's cold up here. Yeah. Right on top.
We're almost ready to go in the first of the women's 200 metre semi-finals. The lineup in lane 1, Laura Nally, UL. In lane 2, Isabel Doyle, UCD. In lane 3, Molly Harahan, UCD. In lane 4, Aaron Tahney, DCU. In lane 5, Aisling O'Flynn, TCD. In lane 6, Marion Gilman, TUD. In lane 7, Maeve Murphy, TCD. And in lane 8, Orla Lear, QUB. So they're underway. Watch Molly Harahan of UCD, also a DSD athlete competing on her home track. Laura Nally going well as well. On the inside. But it is going to be Molly Harahan, as mentioned, powering towards the line. In lane 3, in 24.84, she takes the victory from Laura Nally, and Erin Tahini of DCU getting up for third. So first two getting through here with 4 non-automatic qualifiers, so Tahini will have to wait to see her fate. We've just had a bit of a rain shower as well, so there's a few umbrellas out. And just out of interest there, I looked up the temperature, it's telling me it's 12 degrees. Let me tell you, it does not feel like 12 degrees here. Baltic conditions in DSD. So a good win there for Molly Harahan. She'll advance alongside Laura Nally, who's a 1 year down athlete. Plenty of heats here today, and then final after final tomorrow, so Back here tomorrow at 9:45, an early start for an action-packed day all the way up until I think around 20 to 4 late tomorrow afternoon. And of course still plenty more action to come. We're here for another 3 hours yet. We'll be here until 7:30. And results are available on live.athletiksireland.ie. We have our second 200 metre semi-final for women about to get underway. And in this, in lane 1 it's Michelle Duggan of UCD. In lane 2 Emma Hutchinson of UU. In lane 3 Lorena Harrison of DCU. In lane 4 Alana Ryan of UL. In lane 5 Adana Nawamu of Maynooth. In lane 6 Ufomo Enyozo of TCD. In lane 7 Emma Roach of TUD. And in lane 8 Ijoma Enyozo of MU. The athletes all set to go here. Let's see, Alana Ryan of UL has got off to a very good start there as they come around the bend. Also going well, Michelle Duggan of UCD and Emma Hutchinson. And Lorena Harrison there as well, but it is Alana Ryan who leads, going then this home straight from Michelle Duggan and Lorena Harrison. Ryan is going to have enough in the tank to hold on and get the victory in 26.06. From Michelle Duggan in second, and Lorena Harrison in third. They're going to have to wait to see. She'll have to wait to see whether she's done enough to get through for fastest non-automatic qualifiers advancing to the final. But Alana Ryan, who made that 100 metre final earlier, winning her heat, has now won her 200 metre heat. So very good performance from the UL athlete.
We now have the medal presentation for the women's long jump. Laura Frawley of UL. In second place, we have Katie Nalka of DCU. And in third place, Erin Fisher of UU.
We'll have 4 heats in the men's 200 metres. Coming up next on the track. The lineup for the first of these semi-finals is in lane 1, Emmanuel Ilori of TUD. In lane 2, Bill Ryan, MTU. In lane 3, the one and only Jack Hickey, who was here with us earlier, he'll be back up as well, from UL. In lane 4, Hugo McGee, UCD. In lane 5, Callum Baird, Ulster University. In lane 6, Dara Donahue, GCD. In lane 7, Joseph Peters, DKIT. And they are away, first time. Good start there from Jack Hickey. Also going well outside him is McGee, Hugo McGee of UCD. And Callum Baird is tearing down the home straight from Ulster University. He's got the lead here. It looks like he's going to get the victory. Coming back at him though is the UCD man, Hugo McGee. But it is Callum Baird who advances in 21.95. Only one automatic qualifier here, so that will be Callum Baird. Hugo McGee will have to wait and see. There's going to be 4 non-fastest automatic qualifiers as well. But a good performance there from Callum Baird as he advances. We have our second semi-final about to get underway. Of course, the IUAA championship record was set last year here by Robert MacDonald, NUIG, 2067. This heat we have Glory Winajima, UCC, Jake McEntaggart, TCD, Colin Doyle of MTU, one of the favourites, Connor van de Ven Voorde of Maynooth, Alex Ryan of UL, and Andrew Proctor of UU. Ben there, 60-metre champion at the indoors, and he's flying, and he already seems to be switching off, saving his energy for the semi-final. He'll go through automatically with absolute ease in 22.48. Glory Wenajima in the second there. He will have to wait to see if he's done enough to get through. But Colin Doyle made that look extremely easy, literally shutting down with around 50-60 metres to go. And he is comfortably into the final tomorrow. The sun has came out just in time to see one of the favourites, and of course our national senior indoor record holder for the 200 metres go in this heat, and it's going to be really interesting to see what Mark can do here. Mark Smith, of course, he is in lane 3. In lane 1, Aaron Kelly, MU. In lane 2, Craig Duffy, MU. In lane 3, Mark Smith, GCU. In lane 4, Sean McCarthy, UL. In lane 5, Godwin Mathias, TUD. And in lane 6, David McInerney, MTU. But no surprise to see Mark leading them out, and this will just be a matter of him safely navigating the run, and he can already kind of shut down at this point. Job nice and easily done for one of the favourites, 21.76, and we will see Mark back tomorrow. Super impressive and controlled. Never really got didn't have to get into 5th gear or anything, just made it look so easy. And Mark is just back from, I think, a week or two in Turkey, a bit of warm weather training. And showed his class there. It'll be a good just up tomorrow between himself and Colin Doyle, but he'd be going into that now as firm favourite. So we're all good to go now for this final of our 4 200-metre heats. In lane 1, Owen Kenny, UL. In lane 2, Adam Sykes, Queen's University Belfast. In lane 3, Joseph Doherty, NUIG. In lane 4, Dylan Manning, MTU. In lane 5, Charles Okafor, DCU. And in lane 6, James Holden of UCD. And this Charles Okafor is going really strongly now. Owen Kenny in lane 1 looks to be trying to get up, and it will be Owen Kenny of UL who advances from James Holden of UCD in second. 22:58 on the clock there. So Owen Kenny, who I believe is back for the 400 later on, just his first job, advancing to the final of the 200.
Could all the competitors in the women's 5,000 metres head over to the 5,000 metres start, please?
Turning our attention back to the track now and stepping up in distance from the sprints to the 5,000. It's the women's 5,000 metre final. And in lane 1, we have Aoife Coffey of UCG, Lucy Barrett of UCD, Bridget Hull of MU, Niamh Cunneen of UL, Avian Flatley of UCC, Fiona Everard of NUIG, Aoife O'Quill of DCU, Rocha Roberts of DCU, and Grace Culhan of TCD. So 12 and a half laps for these ladies. Aoife O'Quill, who's leading them out through the first 200 there in 45 seconds. So a slow enough pace with this championship running though, and there's medals on the line, so plenty will play out.
But the women who have checked in will need to toe the line at 5:20. The women's 400, the athletes need to toe the line 2 days at 5:20 to verify they're in the stadium. Thank you.
So first lap there, through in around 88 seconds. I think it's Rocha Roberts leading them from Belfast, North Belfast Harriers. Stepping up to a 5,000. Competed at the last 2 European cross-country championships in the junior race. Fiona Everard actually at the front of the field, the band and athlete in the colours of NUIG, being coached by Matt Lockett. National novice cross-country champion down in Cork in December last. And definitely one of the favourites to take the gold here this afternoon. And Aoife O'Quill, Usain Kogas, who has also competed in those last 2 European crosses, is sitting in there as well. They're coming up to the K mark here. We'll get a split for them, so they'll come up with 10 laps to go. So through that first K in 3:35, 3:36. Fiona Everard, Aoife O'Quill, Rocha Roberts. 2 UCD athletes there. Lucy Barrett and Aoife Coffey. And then the UL athlete is Niamh Cunneen. They're making up the top 6. It's good to see a nice pack of athletes together. Always helps push them around, especially with weather today. It's quite windy down there. Well, I'm not sure what it's like down at the track, but I think it is quite windy down there, so they can all take a little bit of shelter from each other. Maybe they might share around to the pace. Still very much as you were. Everard, O'Quill, Roberts. In that top three. Eva Coffey and Lucy Barish there as well. Eve Cuneen of UL. Of course, loads of field event action going on as well throughout the day, and I'll try to get back and go through a few of those results shortly. But if you've missed them or want to have a look, they're live.athleticsIreland.ie is the place to go to find them. Fiona Everard just perhaps pushing the pace out a little bit, stretching them out. She has maybe 2 metres on Aoife O'Quill as they come up to the 2k mark. Rosha Roberts sitting in third. So 7:01 there, so keeping it pretty even. That K might have just been a tad quicker. Niamh Cuneen of UL just kind of falling off the back of that group, so it's whittled it down to 5. So perhaps has picked up a little bit. So they come up with 7 laps to go. So it's Everard now with about a 10-metre lead on 2 GCU athletes and the 2 UCD athletes. So perhaps she thought it was going a little bit too slow and just wanted to pick up the pace slightly. She's done just that, of course, as I was saying, coached by Matt Lockett, who was a very strong group there in Galway. And of course, National Endurance Coordinator as well. Six to go for our leader, Fiona Everard, in this women's 5k. Chasing pack of Rosha Roberts, Aoife O'Quill, Lucy Barrett and Aoife Coffey. So a mile to go now for Fiona Everard, who has around a 50-metre lead on that chasing pack, who will all be vying for those medals. 4 of them there and only 2 of them can medal. But it's been a really commanding display of front running from Fiona. She's most definitely shown her class here today in South Dublin. I'm sure the trip down from Galway would have been worth it. She's just slapping a couple more athletes. She'll have 3 laps to go now when she gets to the finish. And we still have 4 athletes in contention for those silver and bronze medals. It's going to be a cracking finale over the last kilometre or so. Everard hits the final K now. 13:47 through 4,000 metres. And a lead of maybe around 80 metres on the girls behind her. She hasn't relented since she made her move to the front. So 2 laps to go for Fiona. It's Aoife Quill, Roger Robertson second and third, Aoife Coffey and Lucy Barrett are both also in contention for those silver and bronze medals. So Fiona Everard now into the home straight for the penultimate time. She'll hear the bell. And just a little bit of a breakaway now. I think that's Lucy Barrett. It's made her move. Aoife O'Quill second. Rosa Roberts is struggling to keep with them now. In 5th. It's going to be a big battle on for that 2nd and 3rd place. Maybe slightly closing in on Fiona Everard, but her job is done. She has this title in the bag. Aoife O'Quill there in 2nd, and the DCD girls are going to battle out for 2nd and 3rd. think it might be Aoife Coffey there moving into third now. But it's been a really, really commanding and impressive performance from Fiona Everard, the Bandon athlete in the colours of NUIG, is going to come home to take the title. And Aoife O'Quill looks like she's done enough to take second from Lucy Barrett there in third. And Aoife Coffey in fourth. But very, very impressive there from Fiona Everard, winning the 5,000 in 17:11. Aoife O'Quill not too far behind her. Great battle in the last closing laps for those minor medals. And Lucy Barrett in third.
Here's it's high jump women. Sorry,
Just a couple of field event results to bring you. Taking the women's high jump was Louise King of UL, from Ciara Kennelly of DCU in second, and Emma McKay of Ulster University in third. Now the shot put title, the men's shot put title went to Aaron Malik, with Ronan Bloomer of Queen's University in second and Darren Miniter of UL in third. We have a bit of a break in the track action now, I think, before we come back with 400 metre semi-finals. And again, we'll be seeing some big names. Men's 400 semi-finals. Actually, the women's final will now take place tomorrow. The men's 400 metre semi-finals will be the next event on the track in half an hour's time.
It's a bunch of keys, so it's a car key and different house keys, bits and pieces, but a bunch of pieces been lost. And it is basically great. I think it was around the seating area, but it could be anywhere in reality. But a bunch of car keys, the fob with house keys, other keys. Thank you. The next event is the women's 400 at 5:20. That is a straight final, but the women need to toe the line before the final tomorrow. So the women need to be here at 5:20 at the start line. 5:20, 400 women at the start line. That's followed by the men's 400, which is 3 semi-finals into the final. That'll be 2 qualifiers plus 2 qualifiers. Women's high jump is starting in 12 minutes. Women's high jump is starting in 12 minutes. Athletes, if they want to start warming up, they're more than welcome to. Thank you.
Pigeons, I got one smaller. I bought one. I got one
Sure. Wait for them at the
I don't know where he's sent you.
excited and feel working right. the medal presentations for the women's 5,000 metres. In third place, we have Lucy Barrett of UCD. In second place, Eva O'Clear of DCU. And in first place, Fiona Everard of NUIC. Can the 400 metre men participants please go to the start line? Can the 400 metre men please come to the start line? That's the 400 metre men to the start line now. All competitors in the women's high jump should be over at the high jump. That's all competitors in the women's high jump should be over at the high jump now.
So we're just a few minutes away now from the start of the men's 400 metre heat. Women's high jump is about to get underway. Then to our left in the javelins, also underway, the women's javelin. Have the results of the men's javelin in front of me. Gold went to Ewan Caniff of DCU. The best throw of 43.96 metres. Silver went to Owen Kenny of UL with a throw of 41.65, and bronze to Christoph Steiner of UCD with a best of 39.95. So they are your men's javelin medalists.
Keep running.
Jack Hickey is back with us ahead of these 400 metre semi-finals.
Yes, I have returned. I can confirm it is very windy on that track.
Yes,
as
suffer through it.
As my 200 metre display very much showed. I decided to swim the last 50 metres, but sure, c'est la vie. We've got quite a good swimming programme in UL as well.
Oh, okay.
Boasting many Olympians. I don't think I'll be one of them. But no, some really fast times in them 200s.
Yeah,
Mark Smith and Colin Doyle looked rather imperious.
Yeah, so be a good battle tomorrow. Mark probably goes into it as favourite, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully winds sort of settle down. And
yeah, I cannot emphasise enough the fact that those plus wind readings that you are getting should be really asterisked with the wind is in your face until about 80 metres to go.
Yeah.
But wouldn't be like us sprinters to be complaining about the wind, Rory.
Yeah, well, you have every right to complain today.
Well, yeah, looking down here at these 400 metres, I can see Jack Raftery standing all 6 foot whatever of him he is. Probably the man to watch of this event.
Yeah, 100%. Hard to see how Jack will beat him, but you never know.
Men's 1500 heat, there's the sun.
He's got to navigate his way through the heats, obviously, then get himself back for the final tomorrow in good shape. So
I think I see Owen Kenny of UL doubling back from the 200 metres.
Of course, a javelin medalist.
And a javelin medalist now, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, he came up here planning to be a javelin medalist.
Yes,
definitely. I have also been told, whilst I was away, that many people seem to think that I was Thomas Barr. I'm very much not Thomas Barr. I still have a head full of hair that isn't grey. So Victoria's with me here now. Victoria, you're running all around the track at the moment. How's things going on the officiating side?
Brilliant. Thanks everyone for coming down. We love seeing old and new faces. Make sure you come to the banquet if you have a ticket.
Very much so. Thanks very much. Thanks for that, Victoria. Just came up to forget what she was going to tell me. Other than that, in the men's 400, going to the blocks here, I can see David Ryan from UCC making his IUA debut after spending some time in college over in Brunel in London. The Mike Harkey Cool Crew man who comes from that Ryan family that seemed to break every record there was, crumbing up through juveniles. Had the pleasure of sharing the classroom back in secondary school with David. He's as smart as he is fast too, it has to be said. So I think he's graduated with an engineering degree in Brunel and he's back doing a master's now in UCC, where he's training group with Alan Mahoney. I can see Owen Redmond going there in lane 2 of UL. Owen is actually a soccer scholarship athlete here in UL.
Oh wow, really?
Played Collingwood Cup this for UL, where they were beaten by UCD in the final. That's the UCD team that plays in the Airtricity League, Rory.
Oh, very good.
Owen actually broke his nose in the semi-final and still went on to play in the Collingwood final that Tuesday, and then made the semi-final of the National Senior 400 as well that weekend. We'll go through the full start list there now.
Yes,
so in semi-final 1 of the men's 400 metres, we've got in lane 1 from the Technological University of Dublin, Robert Irving Byrne. In lane 2, we've got Owen Redmond of UL. In lane 3 is the UCC man, David Ryan. Dundalk's Joseph Peters goes in lane 4. Jack O'Connell from Trinity goes in 5. Leo Anderson of Maynooth goes in 6. And Arthur Lecron of UCD rounds out the field in lane 7. So Ryan and possibly Irving Byrne, the men to watch here in this one. Byrne just out of the junior age category, was a part of that junior 4x4 panel that were trying to hit standards last summer. A Tala AC man. He's making his debut at IUA events. Redmond may be the man to watch for the 3rd place in this heat.
2 to automatically qualify and then 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
And it's Ryan away the best, definitely, of the 5 men that took to the blocks here, powering down that back straight, using that tailwind. Byrne moving up on the inside of Redmond, and they'll start to feel that breeze now as they approach 200 metres to go, going through in 23-24. And as they come off the bend here, Ryan looking quite in control, can probably feel Byrne on his shoulder now, who's actually coming past him. The UL man, Owen Redmond, coming down in third. As they start to approach the line, it's actually going to be quite a quick time given the conditions. 48.92. Ryan from Byrne from Redmond.
Sub 50, and the two boys are through to the final tomorrow. Owen Redmond will have to wait to see if he's done enough.
Controlled performance from Ryan there, looked quite good down the back straight.
He did. I'm sure he'll be just relieved to have made the final now, job done. And he can put the feet up and relax ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah. A man who's probably just about coming around to the idea that he's a 400 runner after spending
a little salute and wave from Jack Raftery below us.
Yeah, I am just about the same height as him right now up here on this stand. There's about a foot in the difference between the two of us, and I can quite feel every inch of it when I'm standing next to him. But yeah, Ryan, quite a prolific long jumper in his youth.
And again, like that family, I mean, they achieved so much down the years.
Yeah, Daniel would have went to EYOF for a decathlon. Would have been one of the first chaps his age to probably get over the 7 metre barrier in the long jump. Anna, the lone girl of the family, is a triple jumper now, plying her trade over in Brunel along with the brother Dylan, who'll be the youngest of those. Jack Ryan was Irish Schools shot put champion and discus medalist as well at Irish Schools Championships as well. So
impressive record.
There was, yeah. And I suppose it's worth mentioning as well, Jim and Aisling, the parents, contributed a massive amount to Tip Athletics and Munster Athletics down through the years as well. They're starting to step away from their roles now, but definitely contributed a massive amount. There's not a single athlete in Munster who hasn't come through an event that Jim has overseen, and David and Daniel and Dylan and Anna and who have I forgotten? No, that's all of them.
Just in case.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they were always at their side, probably been there about an hour before the first event and often 2 hours after the last event. But no, he'll be happy to qualify there.
Yeah, fantastic. We're going to get our second semi-final in just a moment, and we've got a couple of our favourites going in this, I suppose. Kieran Carthy, who was second in the varsity indoors over the distance, is going to be returning to action. The line-up in lane 1, Joseph Egan, Maynooth. In lane 2, Cahir McGilligan, Ulster University. In lane 3, Kieran Carthy, DCU. In lane 4, Ted Collins, UCD. In lane 5, Scott Dunn, TUD. In lane 6, Carl Ryan, MTU. And in lane 7, Owen Kenny, UL.
Yeah. Cathal Ryan, the MTU athlete, going in lane 6, is actually one of the Paralympic Ireland athletes. He's been dipping well below the Paralympic 400 standard for his category.
Very good.
He'll be hoping to continue his progress towards Paris next summer. He's been on quite a successful camp, I believe, out in Portugal, and it's good to see him representing Munster Technological University here as well.
Indeed it is. So intrigued to see now what Kieran Carthy can do here.
As the sun comes out here, I can feel it beating down on my face. I don't know, maybe Rory mightn't be feeling the heat. But Carthy has absolutely destroyed that stagger over the first 100 metres in trademark form. Kenny out in lane 7, possibly maybe moving the best of the rest as they start to hit that 200 mark.
So
and Carthy's
around 21 seconds.
Yeah,
there. That's pretty good going.
He's setting his stall quite out early. Probably a speed-based 400 metre runner, really trying to use that speed, but doesn't seem to be feeling the ill effects of the breeze at all. Owen Kenny looking reasonably comfortable in second as he almost does a 180 turn to make sure he's in control, but the 800 metre man Ted Collins from UCD may put in a bit of a push, but imperious from Kieran Carthy. That is Very good. That man is in good shape. Kenny comes through for second. Ted Collins, the 800 metre runner, comes through for third. But 47.77 is no
Kieran
slow
Carthy
time.
laying down a marker.
He's very much saying you've got to come out and run faster than me if you want that gold medal, Jack Raftery. As he nonchalantly unties his spikes. And of course running on his home track, the DSD man.
Indeed, yeah, he's obviously using this place a lot. I know Jack Raftery and the guys in Dublin Sprint have been using it a bit as well the last few weeks.
Yeah, I've just been handed the result of the 5,000 metres women's final, but I can see straight away that it's the wrong result because Niamh Cunneen has been given gold, and I believe from talking to her earlier she was 5th. So I'm going to hand that one to Rory, and I have a look at, I think, Fiona Everard of Galway.
It was Fiona Everard of Galway who took the win. Aoife Bell in second, and then Lucy Barrett.
This result I'm slightly more confident of. Surprise, surprise, Rory. Michaela Walsh won the shot put.
Yeah,
that is
serious record.
That is 7 in a row.
Incredible.
Indoors and out. Probably would have been more if it wasn't for COVID curtailing the events in the past. But the top 3 in the women's shot put was Michaela Walsh of DCU with a best throw of 14 metres and 86, which is quite out there.
Yeah, very good.
It was a DCU 1-2-3 in fact, with Ciara Sheehy throwing 13.81 for second, and Evine McMahon of DCU throwing 12.72 for third. To round out the point scorers, we had Lara O'Byrne from Trinity, the multi-eventer, with a throw of 9.39 for fourth place. Laura Frawley, also a multi-eventer, scored 3 points for UL. Mary Scanlon of Dundalk picked up 2 points for Dundalk, and Fiona Hennessy of UL picked up a point.
Very good. Clean sweep for DCU in the shot circle.
Yeah.
I have one burning question. Where is Jack Raftery's speed suit?
I am very disappointed. He's gone for a t-shirt look.
Speed suit going to come out tomorrow.
I'll be honest, I gave him quite a bit of stick after indoors for it, Rory, so I can only assume he's quite conscious that you were going to take the mick out of him on this commentary stream. I actually have seen a distinct lack of speed suits from DCU today.
Actually, they're not. They haven't really turned up.
I would imagine they're waiting for Michael Murphy's approval.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Murphy due to go in the steeplechase tomorrow.
Indeed.
I'm sure he's watching right now. So hello, Michael. Should really subscribe to his YouTube channel. I see he's taking that one off.
Yeah.
He's trying to steal Rob McDonald's thunder. Probably a notable.
A bit of Barry Clavin behind the camera, I think.
Yeah. I presume he's paying him by the hour.
Yeah.
Decent rate. We'll have to ask the Entry boys what the going rate is for cameramen. They're telling us 100 quid an hour. Yeah, enough. Anyway, we better get back to the action on track. The 400 metre heat 3. I can tell you that in lane 1 we have got Mark O'Connor from MTU. Going in lane 2 is Owen Kelly from UCD. Niall McCaffrey from Queen's will line up in lane 3. Alan Miley of UL making a reappearance after quite a long injury, goes in lane 4. Jack Raftery, the man to watch, goes in 5 from DCU, and Ben O'Connell of UCC rounds out the field. Alan Miley, a former European junior representative in the 400 hurdles. Probably the last time he's actually stepped on a track was the IUA Outdoors last year, where he ran in the 4x4 before picking up another season-ending injury. So good to see him back.
Nice comeback.
Nice comeback, hopefully. And Raftery is out and away. And Miley, in fairness, is tracking with him. Owen Kelly of UCD probably making up the stagger on the Queen's athlete. And they'll open out down the back straight.
Yeah, Raftery looking very relaxed. Miley's probably a bit of a stagger there, so Miley probably with a slight advantage at the minute.
I would imagine the t-shirt now on Raftery will probably start affecting him as he hits the breeze. That's where the speed suit will maybe come into it, Rory.
I know, dynamics and all that sort of thing.
But Miley and Raftery shoulder to shoulder. Owen Kelly having quite a good run on the inside of him, make him think maybe as they approach this home straight. But Raftery and Miley shoulder to shoulder, and away comes Raftery to take the win. Clock hasn't worked for us.
Easy as you like.
Easy as you like. Raftery from Miley from Kelly. And in comes our Queen's athlete, UCC, Mark O'Connor of MTU rounds out that heat. I believe he ran in the cross country, so that's quite a cut down from him.
Quite a step down. Who knows what Jack Crafter will run, but it's inconsequential, I suppose, because he's done what he had to do.
Yeah. I might do a bit of roving reporting here, Rory, and see who I can find.
And see if you can get a couple of the lads. So Kieran Carthy, probably the fastest.
I'm going to do a small bit of roving reporting here. I have Jack Raftery in my sights here.
Tomorrow's final.
I'm here with him now. Jack,
how are you, Hickey?
Talk me through first of all the decision to not wear the speed suit in the heat.
I thought it was going to be a little bit wet today. Save for tomorrow.
Okay.
Probably won't end up if it's cold. I'm not wearing it tomorrow.
Yeah, myself and Rory were very disappointed. Kieran Carty, you decided to run a 200 there and going out. Talk us through the wind conditions there.
They weren't too bad. Everyone's complaining about them, but just not as tough as I am, I guess.
Yeah, you've got a home track advantage really here as well. Are you used to training on it at this stage?
Yeah, completely. Train here every day of the week almost. But usually the wind's not that bad. Like the 3 metre wall up there usually covers most of it, but obviously today it's not, so.
Great stuff. Alright, I'm going to see who else I can find here. Let's see. It's quite hard. Mark Smith is here. Mark, your thoughts on those 400 metre heats?
I think they could have put in a bit more effort, to be honest. Especially Jack, showboating.
What did you make of his decision not to wear the speed suit?
Not happy. And what's with this Under Armour?
And will you make a speed suit appearance tomorrow?
Yeah, it's all ironed, it's ready to go, it's hanging up. Yeah, it'll be good.
Good to hear. Thanks very much, Mark. I'm joined here now by Miriam Daly. Miriam, a straight final for the women. How does it feel to be able to put your legs up?
I'm delighted, to be honest. It's very cold and windy, so I think everyone's happy.
Yeah. And from a team perspective, are you happy with your team captain of the women down in UL? Are you happy with their performances so far?
Yeah, I think they're all competing amazing. We couldn't ask for more. I'm really proud of them. Doing really well. A couple into finals tomorrow, so can't wait.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks very much, Miriam.
Good stuff, Jack. Getting a bit of a live reaction.
David Gillick, eat your heart out, Rory, I reckon.
Do you see your lads satisfied anyway too?
They are, yeah, definitely. Kieran Carty seemed to think that the wind wasn't existing.
Oh, well, it didn't look like it from his perspective.
I can only assume it's the whispers that Paul Byrne gave in his ears before he went out there.
Sure.
But yeah, quite happy, quite content.
We're losing our paper left, right and centre.
I've got
just trying to listen to you down there, put in the headphones, and the next thing all the sheets were gone. Thanks for UL colleagues down in front of us for your
no, they're not a bad bunch in fairness. Yeah, we've got a fair few there now. That's Jack Mitchell. I can see Jack Mitchell very happy that he didn't have to run a 400 hurdles heat. A few of them have turned around now, Rory. Presumably dying to be on the microphone.
Yeah, I think you might need to go down and ask.
I might. Yeah, they've actually got the live stream up on the phone now, Rory. Yeah, Aoife, do you want to come up here? And okay, yeah, that's fine.
The Jack Hickey fan club.
Look, it's growing. I'll put a membership list up afterwards.
€20 annual fee.
Yeah,
make a bit of money.
I think that's only fair. Yeah. Field events seem to have wrapped up. I didn't get it. Did you get a result on the men's long jump, Rory?
I don't have a men's long jump result.
Okay, do you know what I'll do?
I think the women's high jump is still ongoing over there, and I'll try and get a women's gathering result as well.
I'm going to ask Joe Miniter because he was in the long jump. Joe, who won the long jump?
Reese, Luke, and myself.
I can confirm that, surprise, surprise, Reese Adamola won the long jump, the World Junior finalist.
Reese, would you believe I didn't see Reese? And Reese at his height, it's very hard to miss.
He's
and I somehow missed
he's
him.
not hard to miss. He was supposed to go in the high jump as well. I don't know, did he? But I chatted to him earlier. He's in good shape.
Nice to see him back from injury.
Yeah, 100%, definitely. Food science, I believe he's studying down in MTU. So
yeah, he's going into that culinary world to cook a cup of storm.
Yeah.
What I've heard.
Presumably playing in the sandpit as well while he's at it, as most long jumpers tend to do. But yeah, Reese Adamola picked up the gold medal there. Luke O'Carroll of UL collected silver, and Joe Miniter was third. That rounded out the medalists. Luke and Joe making a bit of a habit now of sharing IUA podiums together. I think that's their second now after indoors 2021, where they were 1-2. Yeah.
We're moving up in distance now to the 1500.
Yeah, I'm really hoping now. I'm waiting for the 4x4 check-ins to close soon enough, Rory, now, because I don't fancy having to run a heat, to be honest, in this wheeze. One race was enough today.
Better to go.
Yeah, it's worth noting actually, both 4x1 relays and the women's 4x4 have been pushed to straight finals tomorrow.
Okay.
There's 9 teams entered in the men's 4x4 at the moment.
So we'll be out of here kind of much earlier than expected.
Yeah. Do this there. Yeah. So a straight final in the 1500 metre for the women. 12 to total line. Sarah Byrne from Trinity, Patrice Holmes from MTU, Lauren Murphy of Trinity, Holly Carroll of UCC, Sarah Bateson from Maynooth, Catherine Doyle of Ulster University, Sinead Gaffney of UL, Shona O'Brien of UCC, Kelly Breen of DCU, Beth Fitzpatrick UCD, Siobhan Whelan DCU, and Kate Nurse UCD.
Yeah, some big names in this one.
Yeah.
Shona O'Brien, of course, won this title last year, and she's really came on leaps and bounds running for Cork Track Club there. They seem to be doing a lot of good work down there.
Under Ian O'Sullivan, I believe.
Yep. Siobhan Whelan. Nice to see Siobhan in action. I know she missed last year, kind of through injury. And of course, former national junior champion over 1500. And a tip woman, of course, as well, Jack.
Yes, now it should be caveated that I am not a tip man. I'm a Kilkenny man, but
you're a Kilkenny
I am
man.
a Kilkenny man
There we
that
go.
happens to run with a tip club. Siobhan would have came through Clonmel AC. To be fair to the work, the name of the coach down in Clonmel escapes me. Moynihan, I want to say, but I could be wrong. Answers on a postcard, please. The work being done by the Clonmel, they've churned out many a good junior endurance athlete. I think back to Evan Lynch, who's now gracing our social media presence with his sports nutrition page, the Race Walker, the likes of Evan Fitzgerald, who's now
still going very well.
Yeah, I believe we might see him in the 5,000 metres tomorrow. I think he may have graduated out of UCC though, but I saw him quite prominently in the national 10k Asterix championships last weekend.
Of course, Courtney Maguire as well.
Courtney Maguire, yes, her own.
UL woman as well. Great article by Colin Dennehy there during the week.
I think I saw Matt Lockett take a tumble there.
Is he up?
He's up again. No, I don't know, was it? No, it could have been James Nolan. Apologies, Rory, I cut you off.
No. Courtney, just fantastic story, and winning the national marathon last year was just incredible. And considering all the stuff she's been through, it just makes it even more astonishing, to be honest. So
brilliant, yeah.
Fair play to her.
She graduated recently from UL, but just a fabulous inspiration to all of us in Limerick, and really generous with her time with all the UL athletes.
And around the country, I'd say now her story will inspire so many. But hopefully we'll see her crack a couple of marathons in her bid to get to Paris. Now, which is mad. She did that marathon off, I think, 8 weeks training and 60-mile weeks, spending most of her time on the elliptical, which I just think is insane.
Her coaching, I believe, has been kind of really overseen by probably the most prominent Clonmel distance athlete at the moment, Sean Tobin, and Carey. Michael Carey, isn't it?
Yeah. They have a
bit of a man. David Mansfield as well. William Monsell, the ever-present figure on the Tipperary road running scene. But that looked like a clearance there in the high jump for Laura Frawley, the Mary I student, competing under the UL vest. Quite distinctive with her blue tights. Possibly not UL kit dress code, but we'll let it slide. She seems to be the leader at the moment in the combined events from Word on the Ground, from Louise King, and Niamh McCorry seems to be in third, but high jump probably will favour Louise King, a medalist many times at under 23 level. This appears to be McCorry now on the runway, and just caught it on the way up.
DKIC men relay team have 5 minutes to check in for the event.
So 5 minutes left to check in for the relay.
For Dundalk IT, I believe one of their runners in my heat of the 200 had a bit of a hamstring injury, so they may struggle to put together a team perhaps after that, but I'm sure they'll collar someone. And there's another clearance down in the high jump, and that looked quite a competent clearance. I think that's an MTU vest.
Looks like it.
So I will delve into my phone to try to figure out who that might be, Rory.
On the live results, live.athleticsIreland.ie. The guys then in the tent have been flat out on the results all day.
Yeah, Sophia Zertek is overseeing it. Also quite happy that she didn't have to run her 400 hurdles today.
I can imagine.
A lot of happy 400 runners going away today. Women's pentathlon high jump. That start list is blank. That's really helpful. So we'll guess.
We'll guess.
Aoife O'Sullivan, that's who it is, Rory. The Liscarroll AC athlete, who is one of the country's best. And I'd imagine you'll have Ciara Keneally down there as well. Actually, that looks like her on the runway now, but is it a runway in high jump?
Will we get away with a runway?
An apron, maybe. Is that?
Yeah. Well, that's a new term. I've never heard that before.
That's what I'll go with.
The high jump apron.
And that wasn't Ciara Keneally.
Ciara, of course, women's captain in DCU. She's soon to be replaced in that position by Niamh O'Neill.
Subject to election, I would imagine.
There was. We've had our AGM on the committee.
Did you get stuck with a job, Rory? Or are you
time in DCU is up, so I'm out the gaff. I hand it over to, let's just say, better people, I suppose.
I think that may be a disservice for you, Rory. You've got quite an extensive PRO team.
We do indeed.
In DCU.
I think we might have even added one more. I think we've gone from maybe 4 to 5.
Sure, you may as well.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Strength in numbers. Anyway, we're underway in this 1500 metre final.
Apologies, I've got distracted again.
So touching the line up against Sarah Byrne from TCD, Patrice Holmes MTU, Lauren Murphy TCD, Holly Carroll UCC, Sarah Bateson Maynooth, Catherine Doyle Ulster University, Sinead Gaffney UL, Shona O'Brien UCC, Kelly Breen DCU, Beth Fitzpatrick UCD, Siobhan Whelan DCU, and Kate Nurse UCG.
Yeah, and you could throw a blanket over them, Rory.
Yeah, it looks like Kelly Breen is in the lead, national under 23 1500 metre champion, Northeast Runners.
Oh yes,
from Dundalk.
Dundalk, yeah.
Sean O'Brien singing there in second, and I believe then it is Lauren Murphy of TCD. Siobhan Whelan is there as well.
And there, a small bit of pushing and shoving there as the rail came a bit faster than some of them anticipated, but such is the joys when the races go off at such a cagey pace. We're going to be looking at an 80-second plus 400 here,
which is a stroll really for these guys.
They're all just having a look at around, waiting to see who's going to blink first.
Sure, no rush. You have 1,500 metres, ladies, so...
I see Sinead Gaffney of UL tucked in there at the back of that main pack, the medical student down in UL. This is her 6th outdoor championships. I think you're looking going back to maybe 2014 or 2015 when she started.
One of your more experienced in UL.
She is definitely the girl with the most experience. Has been a mainstay on the first leg of our road relays teams for quite some time. But still no change really here.
Sean O'Brien leading the way, last year's champion. Kelly Breen second, Kate Nurse there in third. Lauren Murphy and Siobhan Whelan. 2 to go.
Possibly a small injection of pace there from O'Brien.
So she has maybe 2-3 metres now on Kelly Breen, but I don't think it's anything Kelly will panic about for now.
As they come through 800 and 240.
So as they work, 2 80-second laps.
Definitely a noticeable change in cadence from a lot of those athletes.
Yes.
As they start to think about tactical position. These definitely tend to be very tactical races at these championships.
They do. You're so used to seeing them now at this stage, it's just to be expected. And when there's medals at stake, it is understandable to be fair. Let's go round with a K, so 500 to go.
3:16 there for the K, so they're definitely starting to wind it up, Rory.
Yeah, O'Brien leading there from Siobhan Whelan and Kelly Breen. Holly Carroll, I think, as well, up there. There's 1 lap to go. So Sean O'Brien's beginning to stretch her lead. She's got maybe 10 metres on her UCC teammate Holly Carroll. And Siobhan Whelan in third. Kelly Breen and Kate Nurse are trying to get back on the 2 girls and look to be closing that gap. With 200 to go now. And Sean O'Brien kicks for home. Big battle on for the minor medals here. But O'Brien coming through strongly now into the home straight. And the UCC athlete is going to take home the IUAA National InterVarsity title in 4:41 from Siobhan Whelan in second and Kelly Breen of DCU in third.
Has to be said there, Rory, Kelly Breen deserves a lot of credit there. Came from very deep with about 120 to go. And probably the fastest last 100 of any of the athletes there.
Yeah, just a bit Holly Carroll there at UCC. Putting a brave effort.
Yeah.
See Paul Byrne then they're giving a few words of encouragement.
Yeah, he's
over to
he's got his head in his hands, presumably in delight.
Literally,
but either that or the sun has just come out. But a good 2-3 there for DCU, picking up some valuable points there.
Yeah, good running from the girls.
Of course, there is
happy with that.
There is individual trophies for the kind of the subcategories of events too. We've got a sprints trophy, a jumps trophy, a distance trophy, and a combined events trophy as well, and a throws trophy if I hadn't mentioned that already. So yeah, definitely kind of each event has a lot of meaning for it. So no, some great running there by the girls.
Still awaiting news on your relay.
I know, I was kind of keeping an eye out. Apologies, I'm having a sandwich here. I can see Owen Sharkey has just gone in to test the waters. So
we might get word in a couple of minutes.
I'm actually going to wander down, because if I have to run it, I better go for a warm-up.
Yeah. Might be a good idea.
All relays are straight finals tomorrow. All relays are straight finals.
Well, we've just heard that all relays are straight finals tomorrow, and Jack Hickey punches the air in delight. He's off for the rest of the day. Which means I believe we only have our 1500 metre heats.
In second place, Peter TV of DCU. And in third place, with an IUAA championship record, is Michaela Walsh of DCU.
Oh, and just to note, we gave the shot put results earlier, and Michaela Walsh has broken the IUAA record, which is fantastic. I think she threw close to 15 metres there today, so great going by Michaela. And it's a DCU 1-2-3, so a DCU sweep in the shot put circle. So we have 1500 heats to come, and then pentathlon finals, which are originally scheduled to be at
7 and quarter past 7 or something.
Who knows, will they get moved forward? We'll have to see.
Yes.
Possibly not, because they couldn't move over advance.
I can see some men's shot putters there. Are they just checking in, maybe, Rory? So
perhaps.
We may be bound to the shot put for the multi-eventers.
Yeah.
As our entry cameraman looks at us in disdain because he had plans for dinner, maybe slightly getting away earlier. We can see Laura Brennan coming over here with a packet of jellies.
She might make her way up here. Who knows?
It'd be great if Rory.
They wouldn't say no.
It's bad news,
You're
Rory.
delighted anyway.
No 4x4 heats, from what I understand, and Doc don't have a fifth man, so unfortunate for them. But I suppose it kind of helps a lot of the colleges to keep legs a bit fresher. It probably adds to the quality of the race, really. But no, a lot
It'll
of...
be an interesting one tomorrow.
After the heroics of Rob McDonald last year, I don't think it'll be hard to top. But we'll give it a try.
Of course, NUIG with the championship record last year.
Fortunately, I believe a lot of their athletes are stuck with exams, such as, I suppose, the perils of being a student athlete.
Exams starting in DCU next week, so kind of just got in the championship.
It is a narrow window to get in this universities championships, but
I think Galway have definitely started. DCU are starting next week, and
I think UCC also. But a lot of smiling faces down in front of us. A lot of athletes happy to not have to run 4x4s. You can see Jack Raftery is packed up and ready to go home.
Nice chat with Kyron O'Brien, the DCU photographer.
Yes.
And nice of him. He's Mark Smith. Mark Smith can't step in. Kyron will come and take up the job. So thanks to Kyron for being here.
He's a common stay in most sporting events in DCU. I think I've seen him on the side of GA fields also.
Have indeed.
A bit like yourself, Rory.
Yep, I mean, no stranger.
As we are off with Heat 1 of the men's 1500, and straight to the floor is Aaron Shorten, the Paralympic athlete who's guesting in this today. Damien Madigan of UL is taking on the pace in second, and it is a UCD vest. Perhaps it is the return to the track of Cian McPhillips, Rory Cassidy.
Yes, who can forget Cian McPhillips' heroics a few years ago with those European under-20s. But to go through the full lineup, it's Charlie Gaffney, MTU, Jack Kelly, NUIG, Cian MacDonald, Ulster University, Gavin Kenny, UCC, Finn Woodger, GCU, Cian McPhillips, UCD, Damien Madigan, UL, Jack Mohan, TCD, Aaron Shorten, who is a guest, and Mark O'Brien of MTU.
And there's an athlete running in a Tyrconnell vest.
Interesting.
So I wasn't aware Tyrconnell had broadened out into higher education.
Higher education, well, there you go.
But Damien Madigan definitely deciding that he is going to not see himself short of a time here and not leave it to chance. He is going to go after that auto qualification. Former captain down in UL, pursuing his masters in civil engineering this year, so decided to pass on the reins to myself. But a lot of hard work done through some difficult years for the club. Owe a lot to him here as McPhillips starts to pull up on his shoulder, and Shorten perhaps feeling the effects of the breeze also. The Carlow man
goes off hard as normal. Suffers, but he holds it together pretty well.
Yeah.
But, they are closing in on him, and they'll probably go past him pretty soon. But a wonderful sight to see Cian McPhillips back in action.
Yeah, and a strong-looking Cian McPhillips as well. He's I remember watching him break that national junior record down in Carlow at Athletics Ireland Summer Games, and it was quite a display of individual 1500 metre running. But
and of course he had the micro meet when he went under the national senior record. Mark English had him by a couple of hundreds, I think, in the end.
Yeah. So he takes control of this heat from the UCC athlete Gavin Kenny, is it?
Yeah.
I think I see is that Finn Woodger moving up maybe into fourth in the race. He'd be fifth on the track there as Pierre Merchant joins us again with more results. Thank you very much, Pierre.
Women, sorry.
We've got the javelin women results as I'm going to speed through it as Cian McPhillips comes through the lap to go. Rory might hold that still for me. Thank you very much, Rory. I think Even McMahon took the gold. She did. Followed by Grace Casey of DCU, so DCU 1-2. And Katie Moynihan, the UCC athlete, former Schools International, picked up the bronze there. So, bell to go. They're all gone through. Cian McPhillips, 300 to go, having a look over his shoulder, doing pretty much a 180 turn. He's been joined by the UCC athlete Kenny, and then a pack of three there, Woodger and Shorten, and the TCD athlete
who is Jack Mahan.
Jack Mahan, yeah, I believe may be involved, I think, as distance captain in Trinity. I'm open to correction on that one. But Shorten definitely retaliating here now, and he's moved up onto the shoulder. The two boys out in front are possibly away and home and dreaming of the final tomorrow. But there's auto queue spots on the line.
We don't know how many.
I'm going to make an educated guess and say it's 4, but I'm open to correction again by Stephen Lipton, who's down in the tent. But they're starting to kick through as 4 minutes passes.
It is Gavin Kenny who will come through and take the win comfortably in 4:06.50. Cian McPhillips, Aaron Shorten, Jack Mahan and Finn Woodger.
See Charlie Moynihan there, the distance captain down in MTU, coming through with his trademark cap. And some fast finishing then from his colleague in MTU, who is Mark O'Brien, the OID athlete. And we've got a UU athlete coming through here, that's Cian MacDonald. So great running from them.
We have our second semi still to come.
We might actually see the start of that one, Rory.
Yeah. We've missed the last two starts, so we won't mention that.
No, I'm going to put it down to the sun being straight in my eyes.
And I see two great photographers down below us, Mark Smith and Kyron O'Brien. Yeah, so the second semi-final we have Aaron Brennan, NUIG, Conor Matthews, TCD, Jeremy Meadows, Dundalk, Matthew Crowley, MTU, Ben Lean Smith, UCC, Michael Salami, MU, Trajan Rebegia, who we saw earlier, TUD, Colin Smith of DCU, and Mark Hanrahan of UL. So some big names. Mark Hanrahan, of course, with Euro Eurocross in Turin.
Yeah.
The one that I didn't get to, so many others who were supposed to be on that flight that morning didn't get to, but we won't.
And you missed out on the museum, Rory.
I missed out on the museum. I could have got cultured in Turin.
But they're off.
They are, and I think it's Aaron Brennan.
No, it's a Trinity vest, that's it.
Trinity vest, my mistake. It's Conor Matthews then.
And we've got the quite tall figure of Mark Hanrahan on his shoulder there. Hanrahan, the Ennis trackman, a former national senior medalist in the steeplechase at the prime age of 17, I believe. The first year PE and maths student. He's definitely the next generation of Ennis track talent. He was on that team that, of course, won that European Junior cross country with the Casey twins and the rest of them.
Great team and a great club down there in Ennis. It's through the first 400 there in around 65 seconds. So you break through a breakaway group of about 5. It's Conor Matthews.
Colin Smith of DCU, I'd say, isn't it?
Smith is there as well. The UCC man is Ben Lean Smith.
Another Leave LAC man.
Jeremy Meadows of GKIG just hanging in there as well.
Quite cagey here, Rory, so far.
It is, but it's all about getting through to the final tomorrow, so see a lot of lads there looking around, just kind of checking each other out.
Yeah.
Breakaway group of 6 though.
I don't think they're all going to qualify automatically.
So come up through 800 now, around about 2:15. The sun has come out, which is welcome, because earlier on here when that sun was in, it was Baltic.
It's
13 degrees, feeling more like -3.
Definitely, they'll be definitely feeling glad of it. Hopefully we'll have maybe calmer conditions tomorrow, I would hope.
Some trail lads have told me we're not to expect nothing. It's not to be a good day tomorrow, unfortunately, but we'll see.
Bad day to be up at the top of the steps, Rory, here.
Yeah, we'll hope the weather gods are on our side.
As the wheels start to spin as these boys move through 1,000 metres, and Mark Hanrahan has decided enough is enough. I want to get home as fast as I can. He goes through with a lap to go in 3:04. Followed by the Trinity athlete, who was Conor Matthews, and Colin Smith is hanging in there, as is Brennan of Galway. Ben Lean Smith just on the back of the other Smith, Colin. But Mark Hanrahan has really put foot to floor here and stretched out this field in a matter of 100 metres.
Yeah, he's got about a 15-metre advantage there now. So it looks like he should be home and host. See Colin Smith.
Quite an impressive kick here now by Hanrahan. He's got a 20, maybe 10-15 metre gap and holding it. But Matthew's going to put a bit of pressure to Aaron Brennan, I reckon, here. Colin Smith seems content in fourth. Ben Lean Smith maybe just doesn't have that gear to get back up.
You would imagine they should all be through though.
Yeah, much faster, I think.
It's Mark Hanrahan who takes the victory in 4:07.
As the boys trot across the line.
Matthews, Aaron Brennan, Colin Smith, and Ben Lean Smith. Jack is going to go down and try and get a bit of a word.
The one race.
Mark. I'm after collaring Mark Hanrahan there. Mark, quite a cagey 1500 metre heat. Blustery conditions for a middle distance runner. What was it like out there for you?
Yeah, very windy. Kind of going into it, just need to sit, trust my speed in the end. So I got to go with a cover from Trinity Lad. So just waited till 400 to go, stretch out the legs a bit. So ready to roll for tomorrow.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Mark. As I can see here, we've got probably the finish of the day here between the Maynooth chap and the Dundalk boys, and I wouldn't fancy splitting that one, Rory. What do you think?
Your guess is as good as mine, Jack. Not sure who got there in the end. Good finish. And great to see the guys finishing it out strongly.
Hello.
Mark Hanrahan is looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a good final.
I must say the headphones really suit Rory Cassidy. You can't see it, but he gets a lovely set of headphones for when I do a bit of roving reporting there. The headphones really suit you, Rory, I was saying.
Thank you very much.
Beats by Dre, I would imagine.
Yes,
is that what the budget stretches to, and then try?
And Dre's finest.
That's where the money goes. Let's see a little gaggle of TCU athletes there still. So must
not prepared to make the journey back to Class 7 just yet.
No, and the long journey it is too.
It is.
Yeah.
Still, of course, have our multi-event 800s and 1500s to do. That high jump is still ongoing down there in the distance.
Maybe I will go investigate what's going on there. Right.
How that'll wander down.
I'll go by the shot put first, Rory. I'm after finding IUA committee member and UCD athlete Dylan King here. Dylan, you've been put into the shot put. Probably not your first preference of event.
No, definitely not. Should I do for the college? I did in the indoors as well. So.
Great stuff. Can you tell me who's actually winning here?
I think Christoph from UCD.
Christoph is giving us the thumbs up there, so yeah, he's happy enough.
Yeah,
after his bronze medal in the javelin earlier. 14 metres is good throwing in these conditions too. Great stuff. Jack Ford has turned around and looked at me wondering what is he doing with a microphone down here. Jack, how's the multi-events going?
Oh, it's alright, yeah. Shot put now, so.
Yeah, and any highlights of your few events? This is event 4.
None real highlights. Just everyone's been not too bad, solid enough. Like
consistent.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Jack. I'm joined now by Owen Kenny, who's managing to have his lunch in the middle of the shot put competition. Owen, a busy day for you so far. Qualified for the 200 and the 400 finals, and a medal in the javelin, which is probably your best event.
Yeah, I mean, like, got to go back to the roots every now and then. I think Card Logan now for the shot put, 2 and 4 finals tomorrow. So hopefully, another 2 medals there. You know.
And are you actually throwing the shot put here?
Yes, I am.
How are you going?
Reserved first throw. Hopefully a bit further down the second and third can get into the points.
Good stuff. We're really using and abusing that OID rule, aren't we?
I mean, you got to make use of it while you can. I mean, sneak back for a Masters next year, keep the varsities going.
Yeah, we'll get on to Noreen O'Connell there, see if we can sort the scholarship for you. Thank you very much, Owen. Live reporting from the field. Well, thanks for calling in. I got him already.
I think Jack might be doing some sort of a lap of the track. I think we might have a winner of the 5k walk. MTU group pick going on down here.
Rory, I hope you can hear me here. I'm after finding Rhys Adamola here with me, who is making me look absolutely tiny. Rhys, you took the win in the long jump today. Happy with your performance?
Take it like it's a first competition back after a while. Picked up a bit of an inch in the indoor leagues, but I'm happy.
And it's our first time being at this new facility here in Dundrum, South Dublin. Your thoughts on the track, the long jump runway, up to your standards?
Everything's stayed out, like everything's brand new. Fierce windy though, you'd feel the wind alright, crosswinds, but it's a beautiful looking track. Easy to roll off, and good speed off it.
Yeah, and looking ahead to the summer, I saw during the week you've received a bit of backing from the Jerry Kiernan Foundation. That's presumably going to help you kind of travel to a few more competitions, maybe abroad and things like that. What's in the pipeline for you going forward this summer?
So today now it's just a clear indicator where I am. I definitely need to work on a few things, definitely the landing and the approach, but this summer anyway I've qualified for the under-23s in Finland, so we'll work towards that, get everything we need to do right and deliver, I suppose. Deliver.
And I suppose
thanks to Jerry Kiernan, by the way.
Definitely doing great work. And I suppose in the spirit of varsities, will you see you making a cameo on any other event maybe tomorrow?
Not tomorrow anyway, but I was meant to make an appearance there in the high jump, but I thought I'd keep fresh for the long. Not tomorrow.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Rhys.
Thanks.
There must be like a foot height difference there between the two lads, towering over. Rhys towers over poor Jack. For roving reporter, and great to hear that Rhys is in good form. Nice to see him back. Jack is now hiding behind the little shed. He's came back out.
I can confirm as well, Rory, from the reliable presence of Colin Byrne, that Aoife O'Sullivan has won the high jump on countback from DCU's Ciara Kennelly. So I think a repeat of the result from the indoor championships as well. So if anyone could get me a step for the next time I interview Rhys Adamola, that'd be great. He's very tall and I'm very not tall. As I can see one of my UL athletes coming at me here now, so this could be any kind of a request.
The lads from Entray might be able to sort you out with a step, Jack. Or the IUAA in general.
It's just my car keys. Our bags in there. Drew Harrison is wondering what on earth am I doing with a microphone. He's wondering who I'm talking to. I'm joined here now by Bori Akinola. Bori, we didn't see you on the track today. Unfortunately, you picked up a bit of an injury in the lead up to the varsities. Can you tell me how that is?
Yeah, I kind of had a little niggle, but it's going away now though. I'm back running, but I just didn't want to just go out too soon, so I don't want to damage it further.
And exciting times for the men's 100 metre in this country. Yourself, Israel, and Mark, Colin, all these boys are really starting to push the boat out. You must have high ambitions maybe for a 4x1 maybe this year at the major championships.
Definitely. The under-23 championships, our relay team is going to be ridiculous. Like, definitely getting a medal, I think. If everyone's healthy, if everyone executes properly, it's a really high chance for a medal. Even in the individual one and the 200 as well, actually. and the 400. So it's a really fun times now.
Yeah, it is. And what do you credit that to? Do you think it's just all of you driving it on, or is it just each of you individually are just getting good coaching and things like that?
Yeah, I think the coaching has improved, and everyone's seen that it is possible to actually do make it to all these major championships and run really fast. So just having that belief in general, I think, is driving people on. So people are more committed, people are training hard, and just, driven really.
And I've seen you've been on photography duty today for UCD. Will we see you making a cameo maybe in an event tomorrow?
Oh no, definitely not. I'm still on photography duty tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not competing at all this for the whole varsity, so unfortunate, but we'll see.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Bori.
Yeah, Bori, a great man. 10:30 outdoors until tomorrow.
I'm not going to interview Raftery again. He's going to make me look really small. But
yeah, nice to hear from Bori there.
Yeah,
10:30 outdoors last summer, so
yeah,
which is very, very good going.
Really put Israel under pressure actually in that under 23 championships in Tullamore.
That's what gets the best out of them, that competitiveness is always very good.
He's blistering conditions actually in that under 23 champs last year, if I remember. I think it was touching 29 degrees. Very un-Tullamore weather.
I was having to be on the roof.
Yeah.
Behind the mic, and let me tell you, it was not for the faint-hearted.
It was panned out at the finish line after a 400 final, but that very much got left me out the back door. But lots of happy smiley faces down there, definitely. Christoph Steiner seems to be the dominant shot putter at the moment. I think we will have to wait a bit for the multi-eventers to toe the line for their final events, but such is life when you're doing 5 events in one day, Rory.
That's it, they deserve a bit of a break. Sure, they'll be pretty tired come the end of this.
Yeah. You can see lots of athletes starting to head for home.
Yeah, put the feet up and come back tomorrow and do it all over again.
Yeah. What'll be the race of tomorrow on paper for you, Rory, do you think?
I think that 400 is going to be very good, the men's 400 final. Kieran Carthy laid down a serious marker there today. Outpost going to get to Jack Raftery at that National Senior Indoor final. They got to 200 and Carthy was literally right on Raftery's heels. So, just don't know, could be a bit of a surprise, but I was very impressed by Kieran Carthy earlier. I must say I did have to laugh at Jack Ford. Any highlights from today? No highlights at all.
No, that'll be Jack Ford though. He's very much the utility man, it's fair to say, of DCU Athletics.
And extremely modest as well.
And extremely modest is right, yeah. I believe in the aftermath of the indoor championships, the DCU club totted up the points total from Jack Ford's indoor performance. I believe he would have came 4th if he was a college.
Correct, yeah. If Jack Ford was a university or a college, he would be 4th.
Yeah, so it's quite the impressive. He'll be probably
JF University.
JFU.
There we go.
Yeah, he probably due to vault tomorrow in discus, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. He's going well in the pole vault.
Yeah.
Of course, Matthew Conlon Keenan will be here as well. National Senior Indoor Champion. Looking to win another varsity title.
Text from Pierre Merchant here. Yes, so that's the lane draw for the 400 metre final, Rory. So tomorrow in the men's 400 metre final we have Owen Kelly of UCD going in lane 1. Owen Redmond of UL will go in lane 2. David Ryan will have maybe the big 3 in his sights from lane 3, the UCC man will line up there. Jack Raftery will start in lane 4 with Kieran Carty in 5. Robert Irving Byrne of TUD will start in 6, and then the 2 UL men will have the 2 outside lanes. Owen Kenny will go in 7 and Alan Miley in 8.
Very good. That's one to, as I said, one to really look forward to.
And when it comes maybe down to the team points as well, 2 DCU athletes, 3 UL athletes, that could prove crucial for points when it comes to the Sprints Trophy and the men's and overall competitions.
Indeed, it could be.
It's probably the trophies are probably collecting dust. They've been in DCU's cabinet for so long at this stage.
Yeah, there's a nice little collection there in the sports centre.
Yeah.
Our AGM last week, Paul took a couple with him and he said, I've only 2 hands, lads, I couldn't take the rest of them.
Yeah. Anyone from outside DCU will be delighted to hear that the cross-country men's title is in UL and not DCU.
Yeah, to be fair, good performance.
Yeah, not to put age on the rest of the lads in UL, but the last time UL had won that men's cross-country I was 24 days old, so
that's crazy.
It was a long time coming, but a credit to Rory Chesser and all the work he's been doing as the distance coach in UL. And I suppose a massive amount of credit must go to the wider UL sports staff for facilitating that cross-country event.
Yeah, which is a great success. I saw the Bales even came out that day. I was coming Euro indoors, but the Bales came out that day.
Yeah.
In UL.
I must thank my own father who sponsored those Bales.
Oh, really? Very good.
And drove them up himself from County Kilkenny to UL. The night before, I got a few strange looks from the groundsmen as my father pulled in a horse box. But
Bales, yeah.
It was all hands on deck. But I suppose when you are trying to build a cross-country course on a campus, you do maybe have to artificially alter the course.
That's it.
From time to time. We did have the advantage of having anyone who knows the track down in UL will know that bowl that kind of surrounds the track. You may have seen photos, maybe things like the Kennedy Cup and things like that, with the crowds lining the hill, so we were able to utilise that to some bit, but quite a rolling flat course otherwise, maybe reminiscent of those who maybe have raced in the old Dundalk IT cross-country course from back in the day.
Yeah, that brings back a memory here too.
I remember chasing around Ryan Canning, I think, or Cormac Canning rather, in a cross-country event there, and a few others. But yeah,
cross-country where it all starts for so many.
Yeah, 100%. I think I heard Jack Raftery on a podcast with his alma mater, Castleknock College, during the week, and talking about his cross-country days. And I suppose
very good cross-country runner as well.
He was
decent enough, like.
Yeah, I believe he's probably a national finalist at juveniles over 800 metres as well.
Yeah.
Would have been a training partner of Denor Harriers, Louis O'Loughlin, who seems to be going very well out stateside as well at the moment. I think I saw him dipping one under 149 there recently.
Yeah, I think Jack realised, was it European under-20s a couple of years ago, and Jack realised he wasn't going to get ahead of a couple of the lads, and he was like, that's me 7th into 400 now.
Yeah.
And the rest is history from there, I suppose.
Yeah, 100%.
Threw his eggs into the 400 basket. A lot of people would step up. He's gone the other direction, stepping down. But
and it seems I did ask
him what he think he could do 800 in, and I think he said around 150, 155.
I'd say I'd err towards more 155 than 150. I'd say, but no, he's maybe in his older years he may decide to go back up.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
I would imagine if Paul Byrne asked him to run the 800 metres at the intervarsities this weekend, I think Paul Byrne would know the answer he'd get already.
Yeah.
We're looking to get going in the next 5 minutes or so. If you want to start making your way over to the start line now.
Oh, excellent. So we are going to move forward and get our pentathlon done and dusted.
Laura Brennan has no time for recovery. She is telling those multi-eventers to get to the start line ASAP.
It's not like you've done 4 events already, guys. Just, stick in another one.
So I see Louise King of UL making her way down with her gear bag.
And Niamh McCarry down below us as well.
Yeah. I believe McCarry has actually withdrawn from the 400 metre hurdles for tomorrow.
Probably a sensible enough decision.
Yeah.
It's a lot of going over 2 days.
Yeah. King talks to McCarry and says, how much do we hate doing this event?
Yeah, literally.
And McCurry nods her head. Here's Laura Frawley as well.
Maeve Hayes down there stretching it as well. 2 laps for them.
You can see DCU distance coach Joe Ryan in conversation with one of his athletes from UCD, Cian McPhillips.
Yeah, Joe will be happy, I'd say, how the day has gone.
Yeah.
I'm sure it will all come down to tomorrow, but I'd say just how his athletes out here and having Cian McPhillips back healthy. Obviously, McPhillips ran the Morton Games last summer, but he didn't really do a whole lot last summer. I think he might have only ran a couple of races coming back from injury. But good to see him back, and he's such a talent.
About to stride. No, he's not. He's decided to go around the back. I thought he was about to stride past your camera.
He might have been able to grab a word. We might try to do that tomorrow.
We'll see. He's gone running a bit too fast for my liking there. Oh no, he's going to hop the fence.
Out to make use of those wonderful trails.
I'm joined very quickly. He's on the road home. Cian McPhillips, great to see you back on the track.
Yeah, good to be back. It's been a while since I've been racing. Just been kind of just putting the miles together, getting some consistency. So yeah, good to be back.
Yeah, and I suppose it's quite a new facility here. Your thoughts on it as a middle distance runner?
No, I really like the track now. I've never seen it before. I actually didn't even know it existed until I heard the varsities being held here. But yeah, no, it's a really good track.
Yeah, and I suppose looking forward to tomorrow. Probably looks to be one of the races of the championships.
Yeah, seems to be a good field. Back's a bit tight. We'll see how it is tomorrow. Hopefully it'll ease up and I'll be able to give a proper race.
Very much. Thanks a million, Cian. All the best. Best luck.
A little bit of a back niggle, but hopefully he'll be all good tomorrow. But as we said, it was great to see him back out in action. I'm just hoping now he will get through.
I have convinced Jack Raftery to join us in the commentary booth.
To join this team.
He was supposed to do it earlier in the day, but he abandoned.
Whoa.
You'll do a small bit tomorrow, Jack, you will, of the commentary.
I'm busy tomorrow. I've got a relay and a 400 final tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's not till later on. Jack, the multi-eventers are about to toe the line here. We were debating what do you reckon you might run for 800 metres if you were to toe the line yourself?
Right, at the moment I go 149 mid or so. Cruise through in the 52 and I get home fairly strong. Roy doesn't look happy here at all.
No, I'm just saying Jack said 155, so you know.
155.
I think you're lacking a bit of endurance down the home stretch there.
Oh, I looked like I was really struggling the last one.
Yeah, but no, the main thing is the speed suit will be back tomorrow.
I'll see. It's a little bit out there now, Jack.
Where are the speed suits today?
If you could see, it's a bit cold now, lads, to wear the speed suit.
Is Murphy going to show up in the speed suit for the steeple tomorrow?
You know what? I'll hit my text and I'll make sure he will. Though the water and the speed suit might not go together quite so well.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
I'll be honest, the main thing I've taken from this, Rory, is I'm glad I've got him behind the camera because I've looked too small next to too many people here. Oh, look, we're the same height now.
Yeah. I'm 6 steps down from those who cannot see.
Jack, I suppose in the wider sense, the team competition, how do you feel today's gone for DCU?
Jack, I won't lie, I've only come here for my event, so I missed the first half of the morning.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, I hope it's gone well. Yeah. I presume it has.
4x4 thoughts for tomorrow. DCU probably coming in and with a strong team. Yourself and Kieran Carty or Savage Acid. You'd be hoping to get there in one piece first of all anyway.
Oh yeah, I've beaten Jack Mitchell all day. He's no hope. I'm happy out here.
Strong words on the screen.
Strong words. I'm sure Jack Mitchell is definitely watching and not dreaming of his golf swing. For a 400 hurdler, he plays a lot of golf, Rory.
Indeed, we're still waiting on this.
Yeah, we're not doing much. Thanks, Jack, for joining us again. Really valuable insight, as ever, from the Castleknock College man, who's now, he did, yeah, the TY Mike, I gave it a listen yesterday.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah,
tune in.
Spotify, SoundCloud, all of them. Rory, you're probably a man who's probably delved into a podcast once or twice, have you?
I have indeed, yeah. Touch the surface, I suppose, scratch the surface.
I suppose worth noticing, you're coming to the end of a journalism degree, I believe.
I am, so you kind of want to be touching podcasts now, to be honest. But yeah, of course, got our DCU athlete interview series up and running. Myself and Mark Smith. Check them out on YouTube, on DCU Athletics YouTube, if you have
a great insight into, I suppose, that the metropolis that is DCU Athletics.
Indeed.
Other colleges are available.
They are?
Yeah.
I just don't know why you'd want to go to anywhere else, but you know.
Other colleges exist outside of the M50.
That's it.
But I can see now we've got Frawley on the track. McCarry is turning around wondering where the starter's gone.
Maeve Hayes is down having a chat with Ciara Kennedy.
Yeah. And Louise King is contemplating life, I would imagine. There was suggestion.
Does she put herself through this 800?
I must say she did run a split 800 time trial out in Tenerife on our recent training camp and ran it quite well actually, at the end of a long 2 weeks. And Owen Redmond has turned around and waved at us now, straight down the line of the camera.
Jack Hickey fan club.
Yeah, Conor Cusack might be collared for an interview the way he's gone. You can see Alana Ryan there with the dark hair and sunglasses. She'll go on the 100 and 200 final.
Good day for her.
One of the few athletes who's maybe gone from DCU to UL. Had a number of caps for DCU before she finished up her degree and pursued a master's down with us in Limerick.
So you're happy to have her?
Very much so, yeah. She's occupational therapy up and down the road to Portlaoise at the moment on her placement, clocking in the motorway miles. But I can see the shot putters are still shot putting. It looked like Ryan Duggan of MTU stepping through the ring. You can see Eric Brady, the IUA treasurer, has designated himself as throws official for the day. Not a bad thrower in his day, he tells me. Just not sure when that day was, Rory.
He wasn't today or yesterday.
Today or yesterday, but I believe he is in the top 5 athletes with the most IUA caps ever.
Impressive.
Yeah, I will research that for tomorrow, but I think he is thereabouts, as we seem to have a bit more action here now on the start line. Some man has brought in a clock, so that won't be needed.
Had it stay.
Yeah, Andrew Lynham is locking it up. He's probably just going to get out the phone and time it on the phone instead of using the time. Yeah, far easier. Oh, Laura Frawley has left the track again. I think she's talking to her mother there actually. She's really making sure she doesn't have to do it. Okay, Rory, have you got me? Look at him in his headphones. He's happy out. I'm joined by Sean O'Brien, returning champion of the 1500 metres. Really turned on the gears when you needed to there down the stretch.
Yeah, I suppose it wasn't my usual tactic, but I usually wait till the 100 metres, but I just said might as well go today, and yeah, it worked out, so happy days.
And I suppose quite a good day overall for UCC, maybe picking up medals, and I met Donny Fox on Junction 14 on the way up. He was very optimistic about your chances. What are your thoughts maybe on the state of the nation, maybe down in UCC at the moment? How's the club going?
It's good, we got a good crowd out today. It's a great track, and it was a really nice day for running, and we got a few medals, so happy days.
And what are your plans going forward for the summer?
Just run a few races, hopefully get the time down a bit into the teens and stuff, so hopefully after 1500 do a few races, and that's about it.
Brilliant, thanks a million, well done.
Great stuff, Jack. Good to hear from one of the UCC contingent. Still waiting on the start of this women's pentathlon 800. We're taking their time to get underway. It was scheduled to get underway at 7:05, but a few missed relays have meant that a few relays that are being run as straight finals now tomorrow have meant that we have a lull in the action. Thankfully Jack keeping busy on the entries side of things. Getting great insight. These champs.
I was asked, it's probably a better question for you, Rory. Do you know how many points a second it is in the 800 metres?
Oh, I haven't a clue.
I believe there's Louise finds herself in second by 200 points, but also 200 points ahead of bronze. So you can see where her head is at.
Yeah.
And it's probably more.
Maths isn't my forte now.
No, as a maths teacher, I should know, but I don't know the points all off by heart. To be fair to me, but we'll just we'll let it flow anyway. I believe Frawley is in the lead anyway. Niamh O'Neill's hurdles perhaps causing a bit of a points deficit there, I think, but quite a solid or not Niamh O'Neill, Niamh McCarry. Although Niamh O'Neill also came a cropper at one stage, but is in one piece, thankfully.
Certainly caused havoc earlier.
Yeah.
The main thing is everyone is okay, but
as I can hear the sirens going in the distance, presumably for my criminal attempts to fill time here today. But they've been called to the start line. Jackie Mulhall has a piece of paper, presumably with the 4 names on it. As I start to feel the cold, Rory.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's much colder here earlier on. As I said, 13 degrees. It was far from 13 degrees up here. See John Hayes down there in the European Athletics jacket, Maeve's father. One of our hard-working officials.
They're getting great wear out of those jackets, aren't they?
They are. Nice bit of merch though, all the same.
Lovely.
Andrew Lynham departs with some of his equipment.
So it'll be a UL versus DCU affair here.
That's it. 4 of the minute, 2 laps of the track.
We will presumably come to blows between each other, Rory, over our own allegiances.
Yeah, I'll go. Probably got to try and stay impartial, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, no. So Macquarie's
has gone up hard, let's be honest.
One would imagine her 400 hurdles fitness will probably stand to her come 800 time. Then we have Maeve Hayes of DCU closing that gap back up to Macquarie, then King and Frawley of UL.
This is quite fast for the end of a pentathlon. 34 seconds through 200.
I believe it is Macquarie that has to make up the running for the placings, so perhaps she feels like the work needs to be done on that opening lap.
Let's see if she can hang on then.
It's fair to say not a massive crowd left for the pentathletes.
No, definitely diminished in numbers.
Yeah, I think we'll have a while to wait for our males to take to the track. But McCorry comes through the bell here in 74 seconds, followed closely by Maeve Hayes. Louise King goes through in a steady just under the 80-second mark, and Frawley will make up the 4.
They have definitely slowed.
Yes, I think the 5 events have definitely caught up to them. I don't think we will see anything at the indoor championships.
No,
was it the
certainly
Polish girl who had quite a heroic 800 metres to come second behind Nafi Tiam's world record.
Maeve has decided that she would like to take it on, and she's moved into the front with about 200 to go. And Maeve McCorry trying to hang on to her coattails.
I can see Aoife Sheehy sticking a camera in Louise King's face with 200 to go. She'll really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you very much, she'll be saying as she goes around.
But Insta is the biggest priority, Rory. But 100 metres to go here. And Hayes and McCorry, are just away from King. But Louise running quite well. Maeve Hayes making the most of the running.
She's fighting hard down that home stretch.
Yeah, feeling the full effects of that breeze. But a fabulous performance by all 4 of these athletes. 2:37 by Hayes, just crossing the line and absolutely melting into the track. King
on her feet.
Checks her watch, a la any middle distance runner. She really embraced the whole event.
Absolutely.
But they are really keeled over. And Laura Frawley, who we believe may be the potential gold medalist and may have just done enough there to hold on to it, crosses the line and similarly melts into the track.
Paul Byrne is encroaching on the track to congratulate the DCU contingent.
And Jackie Mulhall will presumably tell him to get out of here as fast as she can. Fabulous performance by all 4 of those pentathletes.
Yeah, some going.
Yeah, presumably they will turn around and have to compete tomorrow as well.
Inevitably.
Yeah,
on the weekend's work, I suppose.
I believe Frawley is due to go tomorrow morning in the Hammer. I'm not sure she knows she's in the Hammer yet, but
keep that as a secret for her.
Yeah, we will see. But I think relief there on the face of King. I think that could be close to a pentathlon PB for her today, I believe. Drew and Hayley Harrison there on the track, similar to Paul Byrne, congratulating the UL athletes. I'm going to go down. Yeah, I'm going to go down and investigate the result there, Rory. We believe that King may have pipped Frawley, according to Frawley. Apparently there was about a 20-second points gap. I don't think Laura's in the form to be really delve into that performance a bit more. I think she's a bit tired. I don't really know where to go from here, let's be honest. Don't think Louise wants to be interviewed just yet. Niamh McCorry is checking her Snapchats or something here in front of me as well. Jordan Knight is here, actually. I'll interview Jordan Knight. Jordan, you're about to start your 1500 metres for the multi-events. How's your multi-events gone so far?
Pretty well. I'm a bit disappointed in the long jump, but everything else went better than I could expect.
We were having this debate earlier. You are indeed from Kilkenny and not Wexford.
Yeah, definitely from Kilkenny.
Thomastown man. So 2 Kilkenny men, Rory. Again, I've picked someone who's a bit taller than me. So I'm making a bad habit of this. Hopes for the 1500 here?
Just trying to stick in and keep the second place.
Yeah, great stuff. Best of luck, Jordan.
Well, glad we cleared up that he's a Kilkenny man and not a Wexford man. I was a bit unsure. We can't. I can't claim him as a Wexford man, which is a shame. But a son of Kilkenny.
A proud son of Kilkenny, yeah. Thomastown. Probably best known for Mount Juliet Estate, where the Irish Open was last year. For any golf fans out there, Jack
Lovely
Mitchell
spot.
who's watching, presumably. He plays a lot of his trail at home there in the watershed, Scanlon Park, which would host the Leinster combined events and things like that. But really a utility man, similar to Jack Ford. You can see Bloomer there from Queen's getting his warm-up in for the 1500.
See the DCU team hard at work, dismantling their tent. Adam McInerney and Barry Clavin.
And the 17,000 physios that DCU seem to bring every year to the universities. That ATT program really churns them out free.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
Free physio. Great stuff.
Free physio, yeah, exactly.
One more race to go.
I can see is it Owen McGrath? No, it's Sophie Meredith actually, who's totting up the points for Louise and Laura Frawley. Let's go investigate again.
I'm nervous of you.
I haven't found a pentathlon result, but I have found the man behind the operations here, Andrew Lynham, of the competitions committee. Thanks very much, I suppose, first of all, for your help in Irish University's athletics. I suppose, can you talk us through what goes into maybe a day in your life here at the competition?
Where to start? It starts a few days before when we're starting all the results prep. So, getting all the entries, putting them into the system, making sure it all works, and then figuring out how fancy we're going to make the venue.
Yeah, okay. And I suppose you spend most of your day behind the laptop when you're at a competition, but do you get much of a chance to actually get out and watch the races as well?
I wish to say I got a bit more, but that's the joys of athletics. I'm stuck often fixing results or helping people with issues they have around the track. So I get to see it sometimes, but not as much as I like.
And I suppose from your limited watching of the coverage today, what's the race you're most looking forward to tomorrow?
I have no idea. I've seen too many races.
That's really that's really good in-depth analysis, Andrew. Thanks very much for all the help you do at Athletics Ireland, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent stuff, Jack. Great to hear from Andrew, one of the most hard-working men in Irish athletics. I think Jack might have one of the UL pentathletes, perhaps. No, he doesn't.
Andrew Lynham, clearly not a massively analytical mind when it comes to athletics, but
So we're about 5 minutes, I'd say, away from the...
There's a lot of work behind the scenes, Rory. Andrew Lynham, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just can't work out what his highlight of the day is or what to look forward to tomorrow. He's
I'd imagine
so much.
Once he gets everything packed down and packed away safely, he'll be quite happy.
Job done. Back to Mullingar.
Yeah, I can see Aaron Malik of UL has emerged. He's getting ready. The national under-23 indoor pole vault champion from the season just gone. I think he's a former under-18 decathlon champion from his youth also. I think it may be himself and Jordan Knight and just Jack Ford to toe the line. Oh no, the Bloomer from Queen's is also in this one as well. His name, I want to say it's Justin, because there's a Ronan Bloomer as well, who's a brother, I believe, who may be watching. Hello, Ronan. I believe you're a past pupil of UL, so I think he has delved into triathlon since, I think. But yeah, just the one race to go. It's the one we all came for.
That's it, the one that the crowds are still here to watch, I suppose.
See Barry Clavin down to our right, presumably discussing the ins and outs of filming Michael Murphy.
It's actually Ben and Barry's down to our left.
No, that's Ben. Oh yeah,
Barry's down to our left.
That's the other person with the tall
other
glasses.
brother, yeah.
I presume he gets a bit of filming work too. Yeah, that DCU tent really comes down quite fast.
Teamwork makes the dream work, as they say.
Yeah, I see they've managed to keep a hold of Cathal O'Reilly after his 10k exploits earlier today. He still hasn't melted. Do you reckon Paul Byrne will give us a wave, Rory?
He might give us a wave. One more.
Yeah. He managed to steal a few hurdles from the track to help his tent pull up. So that's what you've got when you've got a
man who loves his hurdles as well.
He is, yeah. Quite a prolific hurdler in his day, of course. A 50.14 may have been his lifetime best for the event.
Not too shabby at all.
No.
Very nearly broke. He very nearly broke 50.
Yeah, a man who's seen both sides of the coin in DCU and UL as well. Completed a bit of postgraduate study, I think.
He did, and then I know in DCU everyone thinks so highly of him. An invaluable asset, I suppose.
100%.
He'll love hearing that.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he's a man who loves being talked about, and to the forefront, of course, his brother Colin is around officiating as well, one of the Athletics Ireland RDOs.
Yeah, down in Wexford and Kilkenny and Carlow. Covering the southeast.
Yeah, he lives not too far from my home place of home in rural Kilkenny. Often found out trimming the hedges outside the house. Man who loves his garden. Let's see, we've got a shot put result there. There's two of them there. I believe is that Ewan Kniff? No?
Hopefully. Just trying to pour chorus down there, I think, anyway.
Oh yes, that the Cork man.
UCC. Well, Wexford man in now.
Oh yeah, and Ryan Duggan actually of MTU, I think that is. The rather distinct build. See, Jack Ford has taken off his shot put shoes and put on some form of a Liston spike and has completed his 50 metres of a warm-up jog.
After the day he's had, I don't think he needs much.
No. You can see Andrew McKenna walking behind us here, Rory.
Oh yes.
He will go on the walk tomorrow, he tells me.
Yep. Chair of the club next year.
Yes. Probably see passing your shot there now, holding a fold up chair, is Pierre Merchant, the IUA's PRO and European Irish Senior International now. He ran the European cross country there just before Christmas.
Performance up in Downings.
Yeah, the Dublin City Harrier. I believe he's had a bit of a Achilles injury since, which has probably curtailed his preparations for the outdoor season, but quite a lot of work going on behind the scenes with the IUA. He's really in the thick of it too. You can see Alana Ryan and Aoife Sheehy here in front of us starting to pack up for the day.
Two members of the Jack Hickey fan club.
Yeah, it is an extensive group. Aoife will go on the 400 hurdles final tomorrow. I don't think the multi-eventers know where the 1500 metre start is, because they're loitering around here quite a bit, Rory. Maybe they're hoping if they stay here long enough we'll let them away with an 800.
An 800, yeah.
Although, to be fair to Cyril, he's on the ball, he's over there with his gun.
All ready to go.
Yeah.
See some of the lads finally making their way around, so we might not be too far away from getting this underway. Victoria is giving us a little wave for the camera.
Oh, this is great, yeah. Victoria really loves the camera, in fairness. She is the lady behind the trophy presentations that will happen tomorrow night in Dublin City Centre.
Very important business.
Yeah. Oh, and they're off. We've missed another 1500 start run.
Another start.
Yeah.
We've waited so long for it that we actually missed it when it started.
Yeah, well, we've got Aaron Malik at the front and Jordan Knight is behind him. Justin Bloomer is in third and Jack Ford is rounding out the field there. And they'll set off on their 3 3/4 laps. Long way around for a multi-eventer, Rory.
It is a long way around, and it's especially a long when you have so many events in the legs, but the end is in sight.
Yeah, Malik has taken it to the field. He seems to be taking on the pace. Wearing a pair of what appears to be red dragonflies that I would put good money on aren't his own. I believe they may be former UL men's captain Damien Madigan's. Jordan Knight following on, he may go into 4 hurdles tomorrow, Rory, will he?
He could go in a number of events tomorrow for all I know.
Yeah, Andrew Lynham is off on home after his tremendous interview. No, he nearly fell there over a step. But yeah, no, really good to see the multi-eventers moving all well.
We have the medalist for the men's shot put.
The medal shot put there.
The men's shot put medalist.
But fortunately we lost UL's Darren Miniter to injury in the first event this morning. Appears to be a bit of a nasty ankle injury, I think.
Hopefully he'll...
which is a shame for Dara. His brother Joe picked up bronze in the long jump this afternoon behind Luke O'Carroll of UL and Rhys Adamola, who won the competition. You can see now the MTU athletes are really paying a lot of interest to the multi-event 1500 as they pass by with 50 metres to go on this home straight, and they'll come through 700 metres.
And Jack Ford has gone from back of the field to the front of the field.
Very Jakob Ingebrigtsen-esque, Rory.
Indeed. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
He will love that analogy, although lacking a speed suit again, as many of the DCU boys have today.
Work to be done there.
Yeah. Although Mark Smith told me that there was new sprint shorts, so that was something.
Okay.
Yeah. But Ford settles back in on the pace now, and they bunch back up again as they make the trip down the back straight for the second to last time. And they'll approach 900 metres there in just over 3 minutes.
Wonder will we see a big sprint finish in the closing stages once they get out in the final lap.
One can only assume that they've decided amongst the 4 of them that they're going to turn it into a bit of a Tour de France-esque peloton and turn it into a sprint with 100 to go. Ford appears to be the lead-out man perhaps for Knight. They've gone through the K there in 3:30, which is actually quite honest running for multi-eventers.
Yeah, not too shabby at all.
As the Jack Ford fan club appears to have formed in the infield here.
Yeah, it seems to be gathering plenty of support.
And as they cross through the bell, and the small crowd that has stayed on to their credit are cheering on these multi-eventers. As Bloomer makes a move around the outside, he's decided this 1500 race is for his to the take.
Yeah, he's kicked for home.
Ford.
Poor Jack is out on
Yeah,
his leg
he
at this stage.
perhaps thought he was running a 1k or something maybe, but he's feeling it. Knight running probably the best of the rest. Aaron Malik sticking to his shoulder as Knight has injected a fierce turn of pace here with 200 metres to go, and
he's gone for it.
Maybe they were sitting and kicking all along, Rory. This is his turn of speed as he moves on Bloomer's shoulder.
In second place, Ryan Duggan of MTU. And in third place, Christoph.
This is going to be a right battle in the closing
Yeah,
stages.
Bloomer isn't going away anytime soon, Rory. As Jordan Knight nearly left it a bit late, or early rather, with his kick, and Bloomer takes the win in the last event in just over 5 minutes. Aaron Malik is punching his way to the line. A very good effort for a man that found out he was doing the multi-events maybe about 4 days ago, to be honest, Rory.
Fair play.
And Jack Ford will come across the line to round out the multi-events field. Great effort by all four of those boys. I'm going to grab Christoph Steiner, the winner of the shot put, for a quick interview now, Rory.
Before we finish.
I'm joined by Christoph Steiner, the winner of the men's shot put. You were a busy man today. You threw the javelin as well. Talk me through your day of competition.
So we started really early with the javelin. It's like really strong side wind, which was like not my favorite one, but still good. Like good results and fun with the guys, you know. Shot put was also very good. A little bit tired today because it was like such a long break in between. Still good result. Very happy with that. And yeah, now let's go to the pub.
And Christoph, if you don't mind me saying, that isn't an Irish accent. Can you talk to me a bit about your background?
I'm a German guy, so I studied last year at UCD Smurfit School, spent a year here, and just love to be back and very happy about that.
Happy to contribute to the UCD efforts.
Yes, as always.
Okay, thanks a million, Christoph. Well done.
So Christoph is off to the pub. We won't be joining him.
Continuing the series of people that are significantly taller than me to be interviewed. Aaron Malik is around the same height as me, so I'm going to grab him for an interview now. Aaron, a long day for a multi-eventer. Are you happy with your efforts today across the 5 events?
Well, I'm very tired right now, but I couldn't expect a personal best in every event. I was overall happy with each event I did today. They're all standard, and it's across a couple of different events, so I gained points. Hopefully came out with the bronze medal. It'll be a close one. We'll have to look at times between me and Ronan, but overall a good day.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Aaron. Appears we got that name wrong, Rory.
Easily done. Easily done. I think Jack might try and find a couple more people. He's making his way back over to the presentation area. Who knows what he's going to do next, to be honest. As we said, we'll be back on the action resumes tomorrow at 9:45 a.m, so an early start tomorrow. Looking forward to
what goes on in the tent stays in the tent. I don't know the medalists yet. Apparently everyone else does. Now the UL boys have brought out an American football here. Connor Cusack is here beside me. I've stuck him for an interview, Rory. Connor Cusack, your back is fine to throw an American football, but not a javelin.
Yeah, javelin's a bit of a different ball game now, in fairness. He's doing me dirty here now. Questions like this, political answers you're going to get from political
but
questions.
I hope for the season going forward, I suppose, all joking aside, you had a successful maybe a bit of a successful trip to the European Throwing Cup. You're probably looking at European Under-23s this year.
So European Under-23s are on the 16th of July, I think. They're in Espoo, Finland this year, so that's kind of the main goal for the season. But there'll be a good few kind of national competitions, and I'm hoping to go over kind of on the European circuit as well for a while. There'll be one or two in maybe Germany and Switzerland, so that'll be kind of the openers. I'd say be around that maybe middle to end of May, but yeah, main goal will be kind of European Under-23s.
And I suppose before I let you go, Lake District, your own club back home in Mayo, seems to be kind of turning out javelin thrower after javelin thrower. Can you give us a bit of insight as to maybe what the secret is behind the scenes?
Big trade secrets. To be honest with you, I don't know. It's more of just the culture of the whole thing. Like the lads themselves, the throwers themselves. It's a bunch of young guys there in the school, and to be honest, they all just genuinely love it, and it's a very enjoyable training environment. And when you kind of instill an enjoyable training environment like that in young people, sure, all they want to do is kind of come up and have the crack. Then at the end of the day, and the more you throw, the better you get. Like, so it's more so the training environment itself. They're all friends. They're all in school together, and they're all enjoying it. Like, so I know it kind of just works out itself then, in fairness. Kind of not much more to it.
Absolutely. So the last one we'll leave you with, we've been asking a lot of people what will be their race of the day tomorrow. Have you any race in mind that you'd significantly looking forward to?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you, I'm looking forward to a few of them. All the sprints, the 1, 2, the 4, the 4 hurdles as well, another one to watch, I'd say. But to be honest, yeah, I'll be sitting here chilling watching the whole lot of them.
Yeah. Thanks a million, Conor. Thanks, all the best.
Great stuff, Jack.
Appears we've discovered the medalists for the multi-events as well. It appears Laura Frawley of UL took the win. I let the Tannoy take over for me, I think. So Frawley takes the win there in the women's pentathlon from Louise King of UL, and Maeve Hayes sporting a very bright orange for shorts, Rory.
Indeed, third.
In keeping with the orange that appears to be on the top of that podium. And
colour coordinated.
Yeah, it's key, isn't it? So Maeve Hayes' efforts in the 800 metres seem to have been put to good stead there.
Indeed, great effort there in that one.
Of course, we do have a multi-events trophy to actually decide here.
And Jack forward to the podium.
And our top three for the men's multi-events appears to be Ford from Jordan Knight, from Aaron Malik in third.
So DCU 1-2.
And a UL 1-2 in the women's, Rory. So we'll share that one out.
Yeah.
Jackie Mulhall starts to take down of the equipment.
Work never stops. Foam roller goes.
Yeah, Owen Sharkey has taken that one. Hopefully he'll recover in time to run the 400 hurdles tomorrow.
And the medal presentation.
In fairness, he does have an excuse as being legally blind, which does make his 400 hurdles event all the more impressive.
Indeed. So here's the presentation.
In second place, Jordan Knight of DCU. In first place, Jack Ford of DCU.
Okay, so I have been joined here by the women's multi-events champion Laura Frawley from UL. Laura, long day competition. Talk me through it.
I was delighted with my performance because I haven't done a pentathlon in ages now, so I was delighted to come out and get the result.
I think probably the performance that maybe set you up best was the hurdles this morning. Very windy conditions for the short hurdles this morning.
Yeah, very windy. I just swapped legs halfway through and nearly clocked myself in the last one, so I was delighted to get over the line.
And I suppose this is your kind of first year of university athletics after coming into Mary I this year. How have you found it overall?
Great, yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Like, this is only my first outdoors now, so hopefully it'll continue the way it did today. I'm delighted.
Very good. Thanks for being Laura. Well done.
Thanks,
Lovely stuff. Great to get some reaction.
I'm going to just live commentate on Paul Byrne and his Instagram things here. We'll probably sign off on the live stream with this. Jordan Knight and Jack Ford looking all the best. Well done to the multi-eventers from DCU. There is UL riffraff in the background, but they're entitled to be there, Paul. Other colleges are available. Niamh McCarry has requested the tracksuit does not be included in the photo. I'm going to grab Jack Ford for an interview after this photo is taken. Jack Ford, that 1500 metres, was that in line with the other performances?
No, I wasn't great. No, I tried to go out for 5 minutes and I just died up a bit. Wasn't what I wanted, but
happy to take the win overall today.
Yeah, happy enough. It's windy and cold, so yeah.
Presumably Paul Byrne has 7 more events lined up for you tomorrow.
No, I just in pole vault and discus tomorrow, hopefully. So yeah, not too bad.
Home and get the food in.
Yeah. I guess.
Well done, Jack. Fair play.
Thanks very much.
So that is that. Day 1 over and done with. We will be back here at 9:45 tomorrow morning for more action. Thanks to the guys at Entry and of course the IUA for having us, and we will see you tomorrow from Dundrum once again.